The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1461, Gusty Garden Translator, Namyumi Editor. Namyumi on stage, the players competing in the team competition lined up and shook hands. Still not scared? Ye Xiu asked Yu and Zhou as they shook hands. Why should we be? Huang Xiaoshan interrupted. He looked to be in high spirits, as if the loss hadn't affected him at all. Why do you always have to butt in? Ye Xiu looked helplessly at Huang Xiaoshan as he came to shake his hand. You're about to experience our might very soon, Huang Xiaoshan said. How come I didn't see any of it a minute ago? Sima Cheng replied to Huang Xiaoshan's remark with a sly smile as she came up to shake his hand. Her words held a lot of weight considering she had just beaten Huang Xiaoshan in the group arena, even if they hadn't started the fight with the same amount of health. Looks like the time for me to take revenge is already here, Huang Xiaoshan sighed. Isn't it usually like this for you guys? So sensitive. You must take revenge pretty frequently, huh? Fang Rui shook Huang Xiaoshan's hand. What's this? A round robin, Huang Xiaoshan said angrily. The guys from Happy were targeting him one after the other. His fellow teammates were laughing on the side. They seemed to have no intentions of helping him in this verbal war. You're so violent. You were like that when we were setting dungeon records together too. No wonder you're a Leo. Steamed Bun was Happy's fourth player. When he had been setting dungeon records with the rest of the crew, he had no clue what the pro scene was, so he didn't know how incredible of a background that flowing tree had. After hearing his teammates talk about it, he finally understood. When he shook hands with Huang Xiaoshan, he even connected his remark with feelings from the past, causing the others from Blue Rain to raise their eyebrows. Setting dungeon records. When did that happen? Huang Xiaoshan's teammates looked at him with suspicion. Fuck you bastard, wait for me, I'll kill you soon, Huang Xiaoshan said. Then you'll have to kill me first. Happy's fifth player was their healer and Wenyi. His words were too fitting. If the healer didn't die, it wouldn't easy to kill off a player. Even if dies, there's still me. This time, Huang Xiaoshan didn't even have time to give a reply when Happy's sixth player followed up. It was Tang Ru, the girl who loved to play fast and aggressive. Fuck you guys. There was no one after Tang Ru. By the time Huang Xiaoshan responded, Happy's 6 players were already on their way out. Blue Rain's other players were laughing themselves silly. Even I wouldn't be able to bear it if I were in your position, Huang Xiao. His normally unenthusiastic teammate Zheng Xuan added insult to injury. Huang Xiaoshan ground his teeth. Let's get ready, Yu and Zhou chuckled. He had been watching but didn't say anything. He knew they were just joking around. Huang Xiaoshan wouldn't actually get irritated from this. In the trash-talking world, Huang Xiaoshan would often shoot himself in the foot, but he would never let it affect his playing. Even if he did act out, it was because he could do it in the passing. When he chose opportunities, he always decided based off what was most appropriate. I look forward to your performance. Just as Team Blue Rain was about to leave, Ye Xiu made one last yell from the side. Huang Xiaoshan turned around and gave him the middle finger. The two teams went into their respective player booths. The match soon began and the characters loaded into the map. Map, Gusty Garden. This was a comprehensive map shaped like a rhombus. There were a total of 9 wind sources spread evenly across the map. The wind sources would randomly generate different types of wind, e.g. whirlwinds, gales, icy winds, etc., which would affect characters in different ways and could potentially tip the scales in a battle. Maps with auxiliary features were more fun for players, but added complexity and difficult for pro players. The maps chosen by home teams usually practiced unique strategies unusable in other maps, making it more difficult for the away teams to adjust. Pan Lin and Li Yibo gave a brief analysis going over the features of Gusty Garden. The two teams spawned at the usual northern and southern ends of the map. Happy was on the southern end, while Blue Rain was on the northern end. Team Blue Rain immediately set out. As for Happy, the away team was clearly much more hesitant. Blue Rain obviously knows the map well, but Happy doesn't. The first thing they need to do is figure out the positions of the 9 wind sources. If I remember correctly, Gusty Garden should be a map released last year. Even if Ye Xiu has seen a lot of things, he probably doesn't have any in this map, Li Yibo said. Blue Rain might have chosen this map to get around Ye Xiu's terrifying knowledge of the game, Pan Lin said. Yes, although Blue Rain lost the group arena, they still fully utilized their map advantage. I'm sure they came prepared with this map as well, Li Yibo said. Blue Rain is taking the central path. Huang Xiaoshan's troubling Rain is still with the team. He's not moving as a lone unit. Happy is moving towards the northeast. It looks like they're trying to find the wind sources, Pan Lin said. As he said these words, the big screen showed a zoomed-out map, indicating the location of the 9 wind sources. Then they added in Team Happy's position. Team Happy seems to be moving very deliberately, Pan Lin remarked, seeing their movements. It's as if they know the locations of the 9 wind sources. It's not too surprising. Happy may have looked over it briefly before and noted the key features, Li Yibo said. Happy can't also be familiar with this map, can they? Pan Lin said. This. Li Yibo wasn't sure. If Blue Rain decided to choose this map, they must have known that Happy hadn't used it before. Could this map have been a map that Happy had once planned on using before? The chance of such a coincidence was extremely low. If it really was the case, then Blue Rain was truly unlucky. All of Team Happy pushed forward. Not long afterwards, they heard a huge gust of wind up ahead. After the projection technology ascertained the region, the only sound that could be heard was the sounds of wind. But despite the loud winds, the characters barely seemed to be affected. This was one of the 9 types of winds, loud wind. The effect was sound. In this environment, trying to use sound to make a decision was impossible. Since the teams were far from each other, Happy wasn't worried about the effects of the loud wind. They just seemed to be taking a stroll through the region, though they had changed to a different direction. From their movements, it was certain that Happy knew exactly where the wind sources were. Now, what they needed to do was figure out what each wind source did, because that was random. Blue Rain was the same. At first, they went straight for the center, but not to look for the opponents. They were going towards a wind source too. After figuring out what type of wind that source produced, they immediately headed for a different location. Both sides had the same goal. Their paths were different, but both teams picked the most efficient routes from their starting points. Pan Lin and Li Yibo had found quite a bit of information by now. Any player could figure out the most efficient route from the starting points. Happy and Blue Rain weren't doing anything new and went with the most practical path. It's just that if these two continued along their routes, after figuring out their routes from their starting points, they could see that once both sides found 4 wind sources, they would meet in the center. The progress of the match seemed to be heading towards this direction. After Blue Rain went through the south, southwest, west, and northwest wind sources, they headed for the center. After Happy went through the northeast, east, southeast, and south, they headed for the center too. Because both teams knew the exact locations of the wind sources, as soon as they entered a new region, they would immediately head towards a different one. The two teams should have expected this might happen, right? Pan Lin guessed. Since the teams were using a popular route, they should anticipate that the other team might do the same, no? Just when Pan Lin said these words, Team Blue Rain made a change. As they approached the wind source in the center, they gradually moved into an attack and defense formation. Happy also made a similar adjustment. From Happy's formation, it could be seen that they knew where Blue Rain was coming from. Although both teams have reached this far, the two teams might not meet, Li Yibo suddenly said. Oh. From their route, it looks as if they're checking the locations of the wind sources, but in reality, they're not actually going to the wind source itself. Once they reach the edges of the wind region and figure out what type of wind is there, they head towards a different region. That's why Happy is going towards the center from the south. It's faster. After finding out what this region's wind is, they'll likely head towards the southwest. Oh, Pan Lin thought for some time before understanding Li Yibo's words. But there could also be a change because of the wind in the central region, Li Yibo said. Oh, Pan Lin stared blankly for a bit. At this moment, both teams had scouted out 4 wind sources with 5 unknown. However, the viewers had the results from both teams, so they had knowledge of 7 of them total. They could deduce the possible winds in the central region by process of elimination. Li Yibo probably guessed what changes there might be based on these 2 possibilities. By the time, the 2 teams had scouted out the wind in the center. Gale. Of the 9 types of wind, gale was the strongest wind. The characters moving headwind would feel a resistance in their movements, while the characters moving tailwind would feel a pushing force. From their current positions, Blue Rain was moving tailwind. Use the wind. Team Blue Rain didn't change directions and charged straight into the wind. Taking advantage of the wind, they moved at a speed otherwise impossible under normal conditions. Chapter 1462, Downwind Offensive. Chapter 1462, Downwind Offensive. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. So fast, countless people exclaimed. Special battles on specific maps with unique traits didn't occur too often. Strong wind was common, but Gusty Garden was the only map that had wind sources creating gusts strong enough to change a character's speed so drastically. As for how much of a speed increase this wind granted, it was unclear. The wind would have a different effect depending on a character's weight and strength stats, but judging from how rapidly the Blue Rain players were dashing around, the boost seemed to be at least 50%. And as soon as they entered the wind, the real value of this map to Blue Rain became apparent. The 5 characters all had different weight, strength, and base speed, but under the complex effects of the gale, they maintained their formation exactly as it was before. It was clear that they had plenty of experience under these conditions and were able to cope with ease. Meanwhile, on Happy's end, they knew the position of the wind sources and could walk a strategic path, which showed that they weren't entirely unfamiliar with this map and had a basic understanding of it. But without specific training, an understanding of this situation was already about as much as they could hope for. To fight in this wind. Never mind the fact that they didn't have training. Even if they did, they were currently positioned against the wind, so the wind would be reducing their speed. Compared to Blue Rain, who had a speed boost, the difference between the speed boost and speed reduction could be as much as 100%. Even if they were facing ordinary players, it would not be a good idea to enter the wind zone from this side. Naturally, Happy didn't try. After figuring out that there was gale here, the whole team began to head toward the next wind source. But Blue Rain continued to travel downwind, prepared to cut off the path that Happy was taking. Blue Rain made a decisive and correct deduction. Blue Rain, traveling downwind, quickly left behind all of the fallen trees and plant life. In the blink of an eye, they'd traversed half of the wind zone, and right in front of them, the silhouettes of Happy's 5 players had already appeared in their view. Blue Rain didn't slow down at all and rushed forward just like this. Happy's members, of course, discovered Blue Rain's presence. There was no way they would enter the wind zone to fight an opponent that had the advantage of wind direction. Continue forward, Ye Xiu directed, but Blue Rain was already attacking them. The attack came from the unmotivated Zhang Xuan. His Spitfire bullet rain could be considered Blue Rain's #1 ranged attacker. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A number of grenades flew out simultaneously. There was no way this was from multiple skills used in a row. Without a doubt, this was the powerful level 70 Spitfire skill, chaotic grenades. Implosion, timed, poison gas, electric, countless grenades were thrown by bullet rain. They didn't travel as quickly as bullets, but at this time they experienced a greater effect from the gusts of wind than bullets would. The sky seemed to fill with shooting stars that were all of a sudden right in front of the whole team. The pressure was upon them. Boom! But the sound of this explosion came a bit early, and then within the wind gusts, a wave of energy rippled outward in all directions, carrying a force even stronger than the wind. The gusts of wind could increase or decrease the speed of a character, but it ultimately wouldn't send characters flying. Compared to the force of an implosion grenade that could blast away a character, the wind was still somewhat inferior. This implosion grenade amidst the chaotic grenades exploded before even leaving the wind zone. In Happy's formation, smoke trailed from the tip of Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella. Such a fast grenade traveling in the wind was actually shot down in midair. A coincidence? It didn't seem like it. Of the grenades, the implosion grenade was the most destructive for a team's formation. How could it be such a coincidence that among so many grenades this was the one shot down? It was clearly intentional. It was too frightening. Ye Xiu's extreme accuracy with his controls was incredible, but Lord Grimm's attack didn't stop there. He quickly fired another shot, but this shot missed. Chaotic grenades in the wind weren't so easy to hit. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm hit one of 2 shots. Su Mucheng's dancing rain only had time for 1 shot, but she missed as well. After 2 gunshots and 1 cannon shot, the grenades had flown into Happy's midst. Happy's players didn't have the time to split up and dodge, because these grenades had simply come too quickly, and the range they covered was simply too large. And so they didn't dodge, and instead used this tiny amount of time to contract their formation slightly. Chi guard. In the end, the skill that Happy used to resist was a Chi guard from Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. It wouldn't be enough, would it? In this moment, everyone thought this way because a Chi guard could only take so much damage. It wasn't an unbreakable shield. And with so many grenades from the chaotic grenades, even though some were primarily effect-based and wouldn't cause much damage, a Chi guard would be far from enough to block them all. Boom! The Chi guard hadn't even completely formed before a grenade crashed against it with an explosion. A cloud of green gas spewed outward, diffusing along the outer shell of the Chi guard. Poison gas grenade, represented by the color green in this game to signify its poisonous property. The Chi guard couldn't be poisoned, but the poison gas still eroded it. Immediately afterwards, an electric grenade exploded, sending currents of electricity sparking along the Chi guard. And then a timed grenade. If it hadn't hit its time limit, an impact would not cause it to explode, and so when it hit the Chi guard, it simply bounced along the top. And then there were ordinary impact grenades, remote grenades, and others. It seemed like they all hit at the same time, but they were actually slightly staggered as they hit the Chi guard. The sound of explosions was non-stop, and the Chi guard was quickly shattered. But what about the grenades that hadn't exploded yet, that could still attack? The myriad manifestations umbrella swung open, and the grenades that broke through the Chi guard exploded on the surface of the umbrella. And Wenny's little cold hands also immediately set up a great heal, restoring the health Lord Grimm had lost while holding up the umbrella shield. Facing this chaotic grenades that had come from the wind, Happy's members cooperated on all levels without wavering at all. But Blue Rain's offensive had only just begun. Troubling Rain, Flowing Cloud, Blue Rain's 2 blade masters were already slashing their way forward. They both used a triple slash to open the way, and with the effects of the wind, they moved like twin shooting stars. Close behind the chaotic grenades, they had already rushed out of the wind zone, but they were still moving incomparably quickly with the wind's momentum. Meteor form. The two blade masters unleashed the same skill, but Flowing Cloud used a greatsword while Troubling Rain wielded a lightsaber. So because of the weapon difference, the two versions of the same skill still showed a slight difference in speed. Troubling Rain was slightly faster, Flowing Cloud slightly slower, but this slowness was only relative to Troubling Rain's quickness. With the lingering momentum from the wind, and the fact that meteor form was the fastest skill of a blade master, this wasn't a speed that a human could capture. Two silhouettes, two arcs of swordlight, swept into Happy's formation, carrying two trails of scarlet blood, and then in the blink of an eye, coordinating with the teammates that were still in the wind zone, they began to move against Happy from both sides. But at the same time, "Your face!" A shout from Steamed Bun flashed in the match channel. Steamed Bun Invasion threw out a sand toss, directly toward the faces of Troubling Rain and Flowing Cloud right as they were finishing their meteor forms and spinning around. But both of them reacted extremely quickly, one to the left and one to the right, at the same time as they angled their camera views away. The swords in their hands were already swinging upward. Upward slash. A skill that couldn't get any more ordinary. Under normal circumstances, Steamed Bun would have no trouble dodging this attack. But at this moment the two blade masters were coordinating with two upward slashes, one slightly faster, one slightly slower, one from the left, one from the right, one with a short blade, one with a long blade. With this, all of the space where Steamed Bun could dodge was sealed off. Fortunately, Steamed Bun wasn't the only happy player here. Sword draw. Lord Grimm had just used the Myriad Manifestations umbrella to block the chaotic grenades before their formation was invaded, and he was hit by the unimaginably quick meteor form. But now, with the momentum he'd taken from that attack, he twisted his body, as though chasing the blood that had been sent flying by the slash. A sword draw flashed outward, slicing the threads of blood in two as it slashed toward Troubling Rain and Flowing Cloud. Clang! A resounding sound. Lord Grimm's sword draw was from a left-handed sword, so it was a slash from right to left. From the point of view of the blade masters, Troubling Rain was on the left, while Flowing Cloud was on the right. With this attack from Lord Grimm, Troubling Rain suddenly canceled his upward slash, and instead pointed his sword straight upward, using the blade master's skill guard just in time to parry Lord Grimm's sword draw. Because this sword draw was from right to left, when Troubling Rain blocked it, he had no way to continue slashing rightward. Flowing Cloud continued his upward slash unimpeded, and Steamed Bun hadn't reacted to this change yet, so that even though Huang Xiaoshan left this opening for him, it was too late for him to dodge. In the end, he was still lifted into the air by Flowing Cloud's attack, and when Troubling Rain blocked this sword draw, his body slid backward. Flowing Cloud's upward slash succeeded, and the sliding Troubling Rain was already using a sky-plunging blade. When that attack came out, it looked like it was getting farther and farther away from Steamed Bun Invasion, but in the end, the glinting sword energy at the tip of the blade was just enough to hit Steamed Bun Invasion. Flowing Cloud withdrew his upward slash, and after Troubling Rain's sky-plunging blade, he used another precisely timed skill. There was no pause in the offensive of these two players as they continued to land attack after attack on Steamed Bun Invasion. The skilled coordination between the dual blade masters was incredible enough to render the entire stadium silent. On this end was the invasion of two blade masters into the formation. On the other end, Swaksar and Bullet Rain, who were still in the midst of the wind, were using the wind's momentum for their attacks. But Swaksar was a warlock, and his curses would come out as they were supposed to. They couldn't borrow the wind's momentum, but there was nothing to lose from him standing in the wind, and it offered him some defensive protection. When Dancing Rain fired a cannon shot toward him, as soon as it entered the wind zone, it very noticeably slowed down and found it more difficult to fly forward. Facing such a long-ranged attack, dodging was a trivial matter. It was as if Swiksar were standing in some kind of safe zone where he could calmly and steadily cast his curses. Zhang Xuan's bullet rain, meanwhile, continued to rely on the wind to greatly boost his own attack rhythm. Gusty Garden. As expected of a map that Blue Rain chose at their most critical moment. Just using the gusts from the wind source, they were able to play such a thrilling offensive. Chapter 1463. Not So Simple. Chapter 1463. Not So Simple. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Pan Lin and Li Yibo didn't spare any effort on the praise, giving them all to Blue Rain's current assault. The first wave of chaotic grenades had perfectly neutralized by Happy's teamwork, but the pincer attack from the two blade masters that followed had Happy struggling to cope. They had slipped up. The more observant viewers realized that Happy's formation had scattered somewhat. If it was just against Huang Xiaoshan and Lu Hanwen's two blade masters then, no matter how amazing their teamwork was, a 2v5 was practically impossible to win. However, Blue Rain didn't just have those two. Swiksar, a warlock with powerful CC abilities, stood in a windy area. Bullet Rain, a sharpshooter with high DPS AI attacks, could inflict all sorts of CC too. These two classes weren't classes whose assaults you could deal with just by relying on a healer for support. The two stood in the windy area, throwing their attacks cheerfully. Happy was downwind. They wouldn't be able to get any advantage from charging into and fighting in the windy area. If they sent ranged attacks from outside of the windy area, then the attacks would be hindered by the wind, and their power would be decreased. As a result, even though they were charging into a 5-character formation, the two blade masters weren't feeling too much pressure. Instead, with the support and CC from the ranged characters in the windy area, the assault went smoothly. Happy's in a bit of a mess, Li Yibo exclaimed. This was the first time the two sides had really clashed, but Happy seemed to be sliding down a slippery slope already. Their original formation had shattered, their players not cooperating, all of them fighting as individuals. This was a one-sided slaughter. Was this battle going to be decided so soon? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword light from Blue Rain's blade master duo shimmered brightly, their swords becoming one deadly system, striking their enemies down. Scared yet, scared yet. Huang Xiaoshan was even spamming the chat. Mockery wouldn't affect his performance or judgment, but it didn't mean he didn't mind it. He minded it very much, but the more he did, the more calm he would be, using his actions to express himself. Once his plans had succeeded, then trash talk was easily within reach. In the blink of an eye, 47 scared yet S appeared on the screen. Not at all. Naturally, it was Ye Xiu who was able to reply at such a time. Huang Xiaoshan glanced towards Lord Grimm, but he suppressed the urge to immediately charge over and stab him. He was trying to determine whether going up to teach this guy a lesson was the best choice he had right now. It seemed like a good idea. Huang Xiaoshan swept his gaze over the battlefield. Happy's 5 characters were scattered, and Huang Xiaoshan and Lu Hanwen didn't have the ability to pursue them all at once, so they needed to lock onto a target. As for Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm, he was right on the edge of the gale wind area. If they pursued, they could force him into the gale, and then using their upwind advantage, wait a moment. At this point, Huang Xiaoshan realized something. If they pressed Lord Grimm into the gale from this position, then the upwind advantage would be something only Swiksar and Bullet Rain had. On the other hand, troubling rain and flowing cloud would be downwind, just like Lord Grimm, trying to be clever. Huang Xiaoshan immediately reorganized his thought processes, sneering. Ye Xiu was the heart and soul of Happy. If they could wipe him from the game, then it would probably be even more effective than taking out their healer. However, it wasn't the right opportunity. What about their healer? Huang Xiaoshan turned to look at little cold hands, but the other was a little too far. Happy in the end understood the importance of healers. Even scattered, they remembered to make sure to protect their healer. And when Yi's little cold hands had run off, if they went in pursuit, it would take some effort. Plus, Huang Xiaoshan looked over the battlefield and noticed something else. Had Happy fallen into chaos? Yes, but there was a method to their chaos. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim was bait. If Huang Xiaoshan and Lu Hanwen teamed up against him and pushed him into the windy zone, then using his tailwind advantage, he could suppress them. The others in Happy would probably use this chance to rearrange themselves and take an advantageous position. Thus, they definitely couldn't go after Lord Grim. What about little cold hands? He was a little far, but if Happy really had been thrown into chaos, it wouldn't be too hard to close in on their healer. However, it might look like Happy was scattered, but they all stayed in range of Little Cold Hand's position. Little Cold Hands was yet another trap. If Huang Xiaoshan and Lu Hanwen attacked him, Happy might surround the two of them. How crafty! Huang Xiaoshan saw through two of their tricks in one go and couldn't help but be surprised. At this point, many people probably thought that Happy was done for. Those who thought that way were underestimating Happy too much. Steamed bun. That was when, in the Blue Rain party chat, Captain Yu Wenzhou gave them a clear attack target. From afar, Yu Wenzhou had a better view of the overall situation. His thoughts matched Huang Xiaoshan's. Happy was in chaos, but there was a method to it. They still had tricks up their sleeve. For example, Lord Grim as bait, Little Cold Hand's trap. For someone who hadn't noticed anything wrong, they would probably choose one of these two crucial members of Happy as their primary attack target. However, Huang Xiaoshan noticed, and so did Yu Wenzhou. These two characters were temporarily off limits. Happy still had three other characters. Sima Cheng's Dancing Rain was a ranged unit. As soon as the battle erupted, she pulled away as far as possible. Right now, not even Swixar nor Bullet Rain could hit her, so what were Huang Xiaoshan and Lu Hanwen going to be able to do? Then there was Fang Rui. He was a slippery, hard-to-catch fellow, and his boundless sea would flee from trouble without hesitation. If Yu Wenzhou and Zhang Xuan wanted to effectively attack him, then they would have to move forwards. The further forwards they moved, the less protection they would get from the windy zone, and the less the windy zone would buff their attacks. Who knew if this Fang Rui was yet another bait? Then, there only remained Steamed Bun Invasion. Was this too a trap? Yu Wenzhou had naturally considered this. However, he tossed the idea aside after careful consideration. Steamed Bun Invasion was Happy's most unpredictable and out-of-whack member. He was, after all, a rookie, and a rookie that would occasionally roll straight off the tracks, Yu Wenzhou thought to himself. Speaking of which, their team, Blue Rain, could integrate all sorts of strange players. But what about this Steamed Bun? Would they be able to integrate him into their strategic system? This was something Yu Wenzhou had considered before, in his spare time. It was clear that he never underestimated Steamed Bun. Yet after thinking it over, Yu Wenzhou hadn't thought of any way to integrate Steamed Bun into Blue Rain's strategic system. Like Ye Xiu, Yu Wenzhou had no way of completely understanding and predicting Steamed Bun's behavior on the field. Blue Rain's style revolved around making up for one another's faults to create a stronger whole. For any two members of Blue Rain, they could form a complete whole. However, this Steamed Bun, his crazy moments weren't something anyone else could get any warning of. How would they form any synergy like that? How would they form a strategic whole with that? Perhaps, Yu Wenzhou thought, Steamed Bun wasn't a team competition kind of player. Yet today, he saw Happy arrange for Steamed Bun in their team competition lineup. To Yu Wenzhou, this was a daring and risky move. It was hard to say if Steamed Bun's unpredictability would be more of a hindrance to his enemies or his teammates. In the playoffs, where a single mistake could lose them everything, no team would dare arrange for a ticking time bomb like that to play. but Happy dared, and it wasn't as if they had no other choice. That player called Kyo Yifen was much more stable than Steamed Bun, much more reliable. There was also Wei Chen. It wouldn't be impossible for him to set alight his passions and give another spectacular performance. Or what about that Luo Jai? He wasn't as skilled, but his style was very detailed and methodical. A player like that would be much safer as a part of the tactical system than Steamed Bun, no. There was also Mo Fan. Though his style was too individualized, but with training and practice, he would be able to adjust and play a solid part of the strategy. It was only Steamed Bun, whose unpredictability wouldn't be able to compensate it for with tactics. However, it was Steamed Bun who was chosen for this team competition. Well, since this was how things were, then why not go for it? Yu and Zhou didn't think any further. Steamed Bun couldn't be predicted, so he told everyone to be on their guard and focus, so that they would be able to react appropriately no matter if this guy acted as a godlike opponent or a pig-like teammate. So far, Steamed Bun had yet to become godlike and was out of tune with the rest of Happy, thus he became Blue Rain's breakthrough point. Yu and Zhou didn't hesitate. After he made this judgment, he immediately told the entirety of Blue Rain to target Steamed Bun invasion. Collapsing Mountain. Lu Hanwen charged fearlessly, throwing out a collapsing mountain at its longest range. This use of collapsing mountain let him leap further and created a greater impact, but it was slow to act and had a longer ending lag. Pro players rarely ever used it to initiate a fight, but right now, Lu Hanwen had Huang Xiaoshan cover for him. Huang Xiaoshan's troubling rain would be the follow-up to this rarely used form of collapsing mountain. No one knew if Steamed Bun had noticed such a deeply thought-out cooperative arrangement. Either way, he didn't receive this collapsing mountain. With 2 consecutive back jumps, he dashed out of range. He could tell that Blue Rain was going to concentrate their fire on him from what he saw of their actions. "Holy crap, so many people ganging up on me," Steamed Bun exclaimed in the match chat. The tone that bellied these words, it was almost like he couldn't comprehend why a team would do something so common to team competitions. 1v1 me. Do you dare to fight me 1v1? Steamed Bun yelled. Blue Rain thought he was trash talking. They naturally ignored him, going in for the kill. "Where's that Leo? Come and fight me. Didn't you cry and scream about wanting to fight me 1v1 back then?" Steamed Bun continued. Everyone exchanged looks. What on earth was going on? Leo. That was referring to Huang Xiaoshan, right? Team Blue Rain's hardcore fans were naturally familiar with their ace's star sign. But Huang Xiaoshan screaming and crying about wanting to fight Steamed Bun 1v1. Everyone was suddenly very interested in this piece of gossip. "What the hell are you going on about?" Huang Xiaoshan immediately bristled. He had wanted to fight, but it wasn't directed at Steamed Bun, and screaming and crying, not even in your dreams. "I'm giving you a chance now." Steamed Bun was still going on. "Kill him," Huang Xiaoshan yelled. At this point, the target of his anger and their team's attack target overlapped perfectly. They could feel real killing intent here. Everyone thought to themselves. Chapter 1464, Bomb Disposal Specialist. Chapter 1464, Bomb Disposal Specialist. Translator, Namyumi Editor, Namyumi Scaredycat Leo. Steamed Bun sternly reprimanded Huang Xiaoshan in the chat. Huang Xiaoshan was pissed. There was no way anyone would ever agree to a 1v1 duel in the middle of a team battle, right? So why was this guy so seriously insisting on this? That brimming hostility, it was unbearable. Downwind Sword Slash. The swift sword light well represented Huang Xiaoshan's current mood. He would never lose his cool over the mockery of trash talk, but as it happened, the one who spewed trash talk right now was the optimal attack target, so without any pressure, he could use his official role to satisfy his personal interests. His mood was beautifully expressed, and the timing, angle, and speed of this downwind sword slash reached the peak, completely flawless. Hit. No one could have dodged or blocked this kind of attack. The blade light scattered fresh blood outward. Steamed bun invasion was sent pathetically tumbling onto the ground. But with this, he was really rolling quite far. Not bad, kid, Huang Xiaoshan sent in the chat. Pro players were very sensitive to distance, because that was how they chose the most suitable skill to use at any given moment. Steamed bun seemed to be helplessly rolling along the ground as a result of the ferocity of the downwind sword slash, but in reality, he was using the momentum of this strike to put some distance between himself and his attacker. The posture was a bit ugly, but he achieved the goal he wanted. This downwind sword slash on its own was indeed executed impeccably. But a good offensive was like a banquet, composed of many different dishes. It couldn't rely on just one. Steamed bun invasion used this downwind sword slash to increase the distance. If the close-range blade master wanted to close in again, then the brawler could use mid-range techniques to counter him. From this, it could be seen that even though this downwind sword slash was flawless, it couldn't become a banquet. The attack landed, but it didn't consider the follow-up. In the end, had Huang Xiaoshan been too impulsive. This downwind sword slash, displaying Huang Xiaoshan's annoyance, would lead people to think this way. But those who thought this way were overlooking the fact that this was a team battle, not individual. Huang Xiaoshan wasn't the only cook for this banquet. By itself, this downwind sword slash might have left an opening, but in a team battle there were teammates that could cover this opening. Huang Xiaoshan used this skill, not because he had lost his judgment in a fit of anger, but because this was a team battle, and he trusted that there were enough people next to him that could cover this opening. Curse. Bullets. When Huang Xiaoshan's blade master could no longer attack because of the distance, the long-range attackers Yu Wenzhou and Zheng Xuan immediately gave firepower support. After the downwind sword slash, the two skills of the two characters immediately followed, and there was even cooperation between them as well. Steamed Bun's reaction speed and control was good, but the attacks of these two characters cut off all space he had to dodge. The curses of a warlock and the firepower of a spitfire. Of the two skills, he would have to choose one to be hit by in the end. Steamed Bun was very decisive, and he twisted his body toward the bullets that Bullet Rain fired toward him. Under typical circumstances, players would want to choose to take the skill that damaged them less, but the problem was that the attacks from these two classes both had more painful effects than just damage. Swiksar had used a binding curse. It wouldn't cause any damage at all, but it would imprison the target character. What about Bullet Rain? He had fired freezing bullets which carried the freeze effect. It only had a certain chance of activating, but all of the gunner subclasses, aside from launchers, could attack with consecutive, continuous shots. The Spitfire's freezing bullet could be considered a buff, and the action to use it was changing the magazine. After changing the magazine, normal fired bullets would become freezing bullets. Under the Spitfire classing skill ammunition expansion, this magazine could hold as many as 20 freezing bullets. If one bullet had a certain probability of causing a freeze, with 20 bullets, it would be very difficult to avoid every single one. When all bullets hit, it was fairly common to become entirely frozen. Right now, Steamed Bun Invasion forcefully headed in this direction and was swiftly hit by a series of bullets. Freeze took effect, and his movements instantly slowed down. But for now, he hadn't been completely frozen. This was also the reason to choose this direction instead of going toward Swiksar's binding curse. Moving more slowly was always a bit better than being unable to move at all. But this was such a shallow reasoning, so of course, Blue Rain had thought of it as well. When Yu Wenzhou and Zheng Xuan launched their pincer attack, they had already calculated that Steamed Bun Invasion would choose to head toward the area covered by the freezing bullets. Sword light flashed. When Troubling Rain used his downwind sword slash, Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud was rushing forward to cooperate. The light of his blade ultimately fell upon the area where Bullet Rain's bullets pointed. Blue Rain's offensive wasn't conducted by one person. It was a combination of 4 people landing upon Steamed Bun Invasion. But while Blue Rain had 4 players, Happy had more than just Steamed Bun Invasion as well. Even while focusing on Steamed Bun Invasion, Yu Wenzhou hadn't overlooked Happy's other 4 players either. The fire from Su Macheng's dancing rain could cover the whole map, and she immediately began giving support. And her judgment overlapped with Blue Rain's actions very well. The cannon fire was already covering the position toward which Flowing Cloud was charging. What an incredibly accurate prediction. A prediction of Blue Rain's coordination as a team, a prediction of the awareness of Blue Rain's players. Su Macheng's attack landed at the same time as Lu Hanwen's attack, but Su Macheng's target was precisely Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud. Boom! The explosion sent waves of energy rippling outward, and that sword light from Flowing Cloud wavered. All of this happened so quickly, just in the span of a few seconds, so precisely that it seemed as though everyone had rehearsed it beforehand. Flowing Cloud arrived, the cannon fire arrived. There was no chance at all for Lu Hanwen to dodge. An opening. Flowing Cloud's attack was destroyed by Dancing Rain, and Steamed Bun Invasion immediately had an opening before him. But Yu Wenzhou, who was cool-headedly paying attention to the entire field, had noticed Dancing Rain's attack and anticipated that Flowing Cloud's attack would be broken. So Swiksar cast another spell, covering this opening in advance. Claws of Darkness. From the void, black claws gleaming with demonic power extended forth, snatching toward Steamed Bun Invasion. This attack was also a predictive attack, a prediction of the opponent's movements. But unfortunately, this was Steamed Bun that Yu Wenzhou was trying to predict. The claws of darkness snatched downward. The flowers of the devil were blooming, but where was Steamed Bun Invasion? With a roll, Steamed Bun Invasion had actually rolled back to where he was before. The so-called opening was that, using the cover from Dancing Rain's fire, he could continue in the same direction to break free from Blue Rain's attacking him. But Steamed Bun didn't head in that direction, and instead went back toward the position where he had been surrounded and trapped. Had he also predicted Swiksar's attack against him? Those who like to overthink situations would of course consider this situation, but even those who were familiar with Steamed Bun couldn't determine how he had had that shining eureka moment. Maybe that was just convenient for him. In Happy's player area, those who weren't on stage speculated. But even though this was an unexpected movement, aside from avoiding this claws of darkness from Swiksar, there wasn't anything particularly shining about this. The freeze effect on Steamed Bun Invasion's body hadn't worn off yet. If he was hit by another attack with a freeze effect, the chances of him becoming completely frozen would greatly increase. Bullet Rain hadn't finished firing his 20 freezing bullets yet, and with Steamed Bun Invasion returning to his former position, it was very easy for Zheng Xuan to fire at him. The freezing bullets immediately chased him. He just acted a bit unexpectedly. Even Yu Wenzhou thought this way. Someone acting unexpectedly didn't automatically guarantee that they could win the initiative. If a sword came down on an opponent and that opponent didn't dodge at all, that would also be very unexpected, but could that cleaved opponent really be said to have the advantage? Steamed Bun Invasion's action, aside from dodging the claws of darkness, was truly a disastrous movement. But the bullets that Bullet Rain fired were actually completely blocked in midair. Prediction. Again, prediction. And this time, the one who made an accurate prediction was Ye Xiu. The myriad manifestations umbrella blocked all of the freezing bullets, and suddenly, a large path was opened before Steamed Bun's eyes. This time, Steamed Bun didn't trip up, and he immediately controlled Steamed Bun Invasion to charge onto this path. The still half-frozen steamed bun invasion seemed to be moving in slow motion, and it was very amusing to watch. But the cover of his teammates allowed him to resolutely walk forward. Lord Grim helped block the attacks from bullet rain, while Suma Cheng's dancing rain blasted a firing line next to him, causing a great deal of trouble for the two blade masters controlled by Huang Xiaoshan and Lu Hanwen if they wanted to catch up and attack. A suicidal trip, ultimately inviting a turnaround. Why? Yu Wenzhou's gaze landed upon Lord Grim. He had never understood why Happy wanted to use steamed bun, such an unreliable player, for such a crucial match. But now, he was beginning to see why. The reason was very simple. It was all because of Ye Xiu's presence. Even though he also had no way of predicting steamed bun's actions, his experience and awareness allowed him to maximally cover steamed bun's openings. This was perhaps a way of turning the rotten into the miraculous, or perhaps he was only barely able to control the situation. But this ticking time bomb that was steamed bun, Happy had their bomb disposal expert, but on Blue Rain's side, which of them could take care of the danger that steamed bun posed at any moment? Ye Xiu's all-class experience and awareness was not something that everyone had. Steamed bun was a player that often exposed vulnerabilities, but Happy purposely took advantage of this fact. Under the unpredictable rhythm of battle that this guy led, which side would ultimately take control? In Yu Wenzhou's mind, behind steamed bun invasion appeared, with unparalleled clarity, the figures of Lord Grim and Ye Xiu. Would they once again be beaten at their own game? Chapter 1465, Attack the Core. Chapter 1465, Attack the Core. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. During the regular season, Blue Rain was one of the few teams that defeated Happy twice in the team round. No, more accurately, it was 3 times. During their last match in the playoffs, even though Blue Rain had lost in the end, they had defeated Happy in the team round. 3 victories against Happy. Logically, they should be relatively experienced in dealing with them. But as Blue Rain's commander, Yu Wenzhou didn't have that feeling at all. 2 meetings in the regular season and then their last meeting during the playoffs. 3 battles against Happy, and they had all felt different. This wasn't just because of Happy's adjustments in terms of players and tactics. Over the course of these 3 battles, what was even more clear to see was Happy's growth. Ever since entering the pro scene, Happy's players were recklessly absorbing experience and growing up at a crazy rate. Every year brought new teams, and these new teams, after entering the high-end refinery that was the pro scene, all demonstrated clear improvement. But Happy was the only one that had reached such heights so fast. Most people looked at Ye Xiu, Suma Cheng, and Fang Rui. They felt that because Happy had 3 all-star level players, they weren't a typical new team, and that was why they could have such a strong performance. But was that the only reason? Consider Happy's 3 all-star level players. Ye Xiu had left the pro scene for a year and a half and was now playing a new unspecialized class. Suma Cheng had left the pro scene for a year. Fang Rui had been standing at the pinnacle of thieves before switching classes. These 3 people all had their own problems. In fact, it could be said that they were among Happy's weaknesses. For Happy to become such an unusual new team, it definitely wasn't only because of the presence of these 3 all-star level players. Improvement. This was the key word shared by Happy and all other new teams. And the biggest difference between Happy and these other new teams was that Happy was able to completely turn their improvement into capability. As long as the players became stronger, the team's capabilities would increase, right? This logic seemed obvious. But in reality, even though this logic worked in 1v1s in team battles, this statement wasn't so certain. A team needed cooperation, needed understanding, needed mutual adaptation. When a new team's players began to grow, quickly or slowly, could the team stay whole and adjust appropriately to this kind of growth? This wasn't a simple matter. The biggest difference between Happy and the others was that Happy achieved this point very well. They were adjusting non-stop in response to the improvements made by the individual players. In the end, it was still because of that guy, the one at Happy's helm, Ye Xiu. He accurately grasped the fabric of Happy, and he let all the teams that only faced Happy once in the span of months feel the leaping growth of their battle ability. They were able to completely take advantage of that exceptional growth that characterized new teams, and when they stood on the battlefield, countless scenes from Happy's battles flashed through Yu Wenzhou's mind. The immature Happy had many weaknesses, but when opponents tried to charge toward Happy's so-called weaknesses, how many teams were actually able to use that to crush Happy? Happy had areas where they had yet to mature. They had areas where they weren't good enough. But Happy themselves knew all of this, clearer than their opponents did, and so they had ample preparations to counter those who tried to attack their weak areas. It all came back to Ye Xiu in Yu Wenzhou's mind. The image of Ye Xiu and Lord Grimm continued to sharpen, and what he covered was no longer simply steamed bun and steamed bun invasion. It was the entirety of Happy. If we don't defeat this guy, we have no way of truly defeating Happy. Those so-called breakthrough points, weaknesses, could all turn into reversals because of the presence of one person. To defeat Happy, Yu Wenzhou discovered that what he had to do was so simple, yet not at all. Defeat Ye Xiu. Yes, that was all. Beat Ye Xiu and you can beat Happy. This goal simply sounded like nonsense, because this sentence could be applied to any team. Beat Wang Jixi and you can beat Tiny Herb. Beat Zhou Zekai and you can beat Samsara. Beat Han Wenking and you can beat Tyranny. Every team had its core, and if the core was defeated, the chances of victory would greatly increase. But a core was a core because it was the most difficult person to beat in the entire team. To beat them, you would have to pay an unusual price. Just like that Happy versus Tiny Herb match, where Happy forcefully took down Wang Jixi, trading 2 for 1. And in the end their plan worked, and they beat Tiny Herb. The battle had been thrilling, but Yu Wenzhou didn't agree with the reliability of that method. In that battle, it could be said that they won because they defeated Wang Jixi, but it would be better to say that by defeating Wang Jixi, they destroyed the confidence of the rest of the Tiny Herb players. That was the main reason why Tiny Herb had lost. If the other players hadn't wavered because of this, the fact was that the core player had traded themselves for 2 players and achieved the advantage of numbers. Many teams probably wouldn't find that a difficult trade at all. Happy targeted Wang Jixi not for a strategic victory, but a psychological victory. That was why they could strive for this without worrying about the cost. And this had been possible because of the problem with Tiny Herb itself. If it had been Samsara, and they tried to trade 2 players for Zhou Zekai, or if it had been Tyranny 2 for Han Wenking, the result likely would not have been the same. Then right now, against Happy, against Ye Xiu, could they use this kind of method? In Blue Rain's team channel, the captain's directions suddenly appeared. Attack Ye Xiu. They could. After reflection, this was the conclusion that Yu Wenzhou ultimately drew. To Tiny Herb, Wang Jixi was the backbone of their spirit. To Happy, Ye Xiu was the backbone of their strategy. In those scenes from Happy's battles that had flashed through his mind, Ye Xiu was like a foundational rock. Wherever he was needed was wherever he was moved. Without his support, Team Happy wouldn't be able to tie together into a whole. And on this battlefield, the ticking time bomb that was steamed bun invasion would lose his bomb disposal expert. Defeat Ye Xiu. That would destroy the structure of Happy's strategy, and without that linchpin, Happy would show many openings. At that time, it was likely that no one would be able to patch them up well enough. Yu Wenzhou gave this direction, and Blue Rain immediately began to carry it out. Troubling rain, flowing cloud, one fast blade and one slow, suddenly flung off steamed bun invasion and pointed toward Lord Grimm. Damn, Steamed Bun immediately started mocking them. "You can't even take care of me and you still want to take care of our boss." Steamed Bun's words were only because he was still alive. To be honest, this powerful offense that Blue Rain had launched against him had rendered him quite helpless. "Little guys, move aside," Huang Xiaoshan rudely replied. His lightsaber ice rain had already pierced toward Lord Grimm's heart. Whoosh whoosh, Lord Grimm's silhouette flashed like a ghost, and suddenly he had already moved to Troubling Rain's side. Ice Rain hit air, but Troubling Rain immediately turned, and the slightly slower flowing cloud bolstered the attack as he continued to stab toward Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm tried to move again, but Swiksar's curses and Bullet Rain's firepower together sealed his paths of retreat. Lord Grimm, without anywhere to run, instantly became a crowd of shadows. Shadow clone technique. Lord Grimm left behind a fake body while his real body was taken away. The first phase of Blue Rain's offensive ultimately missed, but the whole team adjusted its offensive very quickly and continued to attack. Happy's scattered formation had yet to restabilize. Yu Wenzhou continued to carefully watch the whole situation. When they began focusing all their attack on Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm, how would Happy adjust? Yu Wenzhou didn't dare let down his guard. Especially since they were attacking Ye Xiu, it would be very easy for this guy to lead him into a trap. He had to pay careful attention to the development of the battle as a whole. Yu Wenzhou's gaze passed over Happy's players one by one. "Someone's missing," Yu Wenzhou suddenly discovered. "Where's Fang Rui?" Yu Wenzhou asked in the chat. "Circling around," said Zheng Xuan. Yu Wenzhou let out a breath. He'd missed one character, but fortunately he had his teammates. Fang Rui circling around, that was almost certainly to take advantage of the wind. The force of the wind didn't affect a warlock's curses or a few other spells, but fire-type magic and a Qi master's Qi could be strengthened by the wind's momentum. Knowing the opponent's intent, naturally he could counter it. But Blue Rain didn't do anything for now, because if they defended too early, then Fang Rui would withdraw his plan. Might as well use the opponent's move against him, let him circle around, wait for him to try and attack before discovering that he was thwarted. Blue Rain continued to chase Lord Grimm until their heads hurt. Lord Grimm's movement was simply too fast. It was like he was leading them on a train ride. From afar, Suma Cheng's dancing rain showered them in cannon fire. But all of this was within Yu Wenzhou's expectations. Swiksar's skills now were like a guiding beacon. Under his adjustments, Blue Rain's chase was not impatient. The two-blade masters Troubling Rain and Flowing Cloud didn't attack hand in hand. Troubling Rain chased more tightly, while Flowing Cloud lagged slightly behind. Zheng Xuan and Yu Wenzhou's characters were still in the wind zone, moving parallel, and their healer was also closely keeping up with the team's rhythm. Lord Grimm hadn't been chased down, but inadvertently, Fang Rui's plot to circle around was already interrupted. Blue Rain, in chasing Lord Grimm, had changed their position drastically, so their back was no longer their back. Where Fang Rui's boundless sea entered the wind zone, he was now at a crosswind with Blue Rain's players, so that neither side had the advantage. Fang Rui controlled boundless sea to move, because he still wanted to pull out the angle to get the wind advantage, but he ended up running this circle in vain. In the wind zone, Happy's few players were helping Ye Xiu as much as they could. It was about time. Yu Wenzhou coldly assessed the situation. Another message appeared in the team chat. 1. Ye Xiu cut Steamed Bun. The offensive changed again. Steamed Bun. Blue Rain's target was still Steamed Bun, but one player was left next to Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm, Troubling Rain Huang Xiaoshan. The 1 referred to Box 1. Team Blue Rain was using Huang Xiaoshan to execute Box 1 against Ye Xiu. Because Ye Xiu was the core of Happy's strategy, then Box 1 was the perfect strategy to use. But Ye Xiu was a demon, and if they tried to do it directly, there was probably no one who would be able to directly restrict him. And so Blue Rain first used a powerful all-around attack, relying on their numbers to advantage. They let Fang Rui go so that Happy's side over here would be even weaker, like luring the tiger off the mountain. And when the time was right, Huang Xiaoshan would hold down Ye Xiu, and the others would attack Steamed Bun. This time, if Ye Xiu wanted to defuse the bomb, it wouldn't be so easy. Chapter 1466, Qi in the Wind. Chapter 1466, Qi in the Wind. Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami. Hey, what was that for? Steamed Bun cried out in the chat. Even though he wasn't as chatty as Huang Xiaoshan, he was still far more talkative than most players. Rookies, in particular, would almost always play careful, completely focused on their playing. There were truly very few rookies who trash-talked during a match. Not only was Steamed Bun talkative, his words were good at catching the attention of other people. It was a normal many-against-few situation, yet he was scolding the enemies as if they were in the wrong. Blue Rain's sudden change in targets cut off Steamed Bun's connection with Ye Xiu and angered him. It was as if Blue Rain had offended the heavens, and he needed to give them justice. "What are you guys thinking?" Steamed Bun shouted. No one in Blue Rain answered back. The three characters focused on Steamed Bun. However, for this box one strategy to work, the conflict between Ye Xiu and Huang Xiaoshan was the key point. "Can you get past me?" Huang Xiaoshan wasn't idle. He quickly joined the chat. Although Steamed Bun was a strange one, he couldn't outshine Huang Xiaoshan. The disparity in word count was too big. "Annoying," Ye Xiu replied back with a single word. Lord Grim twisted his body in an attempt to get past Huang Xiaoshan. Huang Xiaoshan reacted extremely fast. Troubling Rain turned around and lifted his sword, Headwind Strike. Headwind Strike was originally a circular attack, but under Huang Xiaoshan's control, it spun around into a flat ellipse, covering quite a bit of horizontal distance. Jump back. Not only did Lord Grim fail to get past Troubling Rain, he was forced back a step. Boom, boom, boom. Artillery fire descended. Sima Cheng didn't support Steamed Bun, who was in a more dangerous situation. Instead, she prioritized Troubling Rain. 2v1, 3v1. Were they planning on making a trade? Or did Sima Cheng want to help Ye Xiu break free from Huang Xiaoshan? The viewers weren't sure. Not even Pan Lin or Li Yibo dared to make any conclusions. The fight between the two teams was changing at a rapid pace. What's more, Blue Rain was playing abnormally aggressive today, unlike their usual defensive counterattack style. Could it be because of Happy's Baoronxing? Perhaps it's easier to take the initiative by playing aggressive. Pan Lin and Li Yibo could only guess. The battle was developing on two ends. At this moment, the camera switched over to a character that hadn't yet entered the fray. Boundless Sea. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. He had tried to circle around to Blue Rain's rear, but Blue Rain noticed him and prevented it from happening. Fang Rui wasn't willing to let the matter go and continue to try different angles. It was as if he had to use the gale to attack Blue Rain no matter what. "Fang Rui is gambling a bit," Pan Lin said, seeing Boundless Sea stubbornly try to find a way in. Li Yibo didn't say anything. It was a crucial match. Fang Rui was an incredibly experienced and crafty player. Would he really make a gamble? He probably has something else in mind. Li Yibo carefully observed Fang Rui's movements. Even Li Yibo was suspicious. How could Yu Wenzhou not be either? The situation on one side of the battle was clear. Ye Xiu was being box won by Huang Xiaoshan, while Sima Cheng was helping him break free. Huang Xiaoshan could be considered as being in a 1v2, so it looked like a box 2. However, Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain was a blade master, a melee class. Dancing Rain was long-ranged, so she could fire from afar. She was taking the initiative to attack him, not Troubling Rain restricting her movements. The box 2 was weak. If Sima Cheng wanted to leave, she could leave. Huang Xiaoshan had no control over her. He could only stop Ye Xiu, and that was his goal. It was a 1v2 though, and he was facing the former best partners. The difficulty of doing so didn't need to be said. What Huang Xiaoshan was doing reminded people of the previous Blue Rain versus Happy match. In that team competition, Blue Rain's former captain Wei Chen had accomplished a 1v2 no. He stalled Blue Rain's Yu Wenzhou and Lu Hanwen by himself. In the end, Wei Chen sacrificed his character to achieve these goals, but what about Huang Xiaoshan? Huang Xiaoshan was different because he wasn't focused on dragging down both players, but rather only Ye Xiu's Lord Grim. As long as Dancing Rain's attacks didn't affect his end goal, he wouldn't care. He was very focused. He didn't care if he was being harassed by Sima Cheng. Yu Wenzhou was overjoyed at this turn of events. He hadn't expected the box one to last this long because, after shifting their focus onto Steamed Bun Invasion, Happy's other characters were free to do what they wanted. It would be easy for Happy to break Huang Xiaoshan's box one. That was the reality. Sima Cheng decided to prioritize breaking the box one. But who would have thought that Huang Xiaoshan would be so tenacious? This sort of opportunity couldn't be wasted. The rest of Blue Rain understood this and attacked Steamed Bun Invasion even more fiercely. Steamed Bun didn't even have time to type into the chat. Steamed Bun Invasion was beaten up left and right. Although was in a sorry state, he wasn't completely trapped. How troublesome. Blue Rain looked towards Happy's other character, Little Cold Hands, and Wenny's Little Cold Hands. While they were busy with Steamed Bun, Happy's healer was providing Steamed Bun with as much support as possible. No one was disturbing him, and he was only focused on a single target. Under these circumstances, and Wenny, who had exceptional timing, had god-level healing. What's more, his character Little Cold Hands had the highest heal crit in the game, making it even harder for Steamed Bun Invasion to die. Blue Rain had no choice but to make some adjustments. Under Yu Wenzhou's orders, Zheng Xuan took care of Little Cold Hands. Although both were long-ranged classes, Spitfires were faster than Clerics. No one else was more suitable than him to suppress the healer. But when Zheng Xuan fired at Little Cold Hands, he discovered that his Bullet Rain's attack range wasn't quite enough. With no other choice, Zheng Xuan could only have Bullet Rain move forward. Little Cold Hands' healing needed to be suppressed. If not, their DPS would be drastically reduced, and Huang Xiaoshan was dealing with a lot of pressure. His box one could be broken at any moment, so they needed to hurry. But when Bullet Rain moved forward, Little Cold Hands moved back, and Wenny was aware of the enemy side's intentions. Thus, he moved back to get out of Zheng Xuan's attack range. Zheng Xuan could only continue to speed up Bullet Rain's pursuit. After Yu Wenzhou noticed the change, he suddenly felt a bad premonition. He hastily turned his head back, sky-piercing strike. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea finally made his move. Amidst the strong winds, the Qi looked hazy. However, its speed was extremely fast. It seemed to meld together with the wind, and in an instant, Bullet Rain was swallowed up by the Qi. Bullet Rain was sent flying as if he had been blown away. Yu Wenzhou wanted to warn him, but he was too late. He hadn't been ignoring Fang Rui. It was just that with his original position, Fang Rui was temporarily no threat. He had planned on doing the same as before. He would pretend to ignore him and then neutralize whatever his intentions were at the last moment. As a result, Fang Rui had always seemed invisible, but in Wenyi suddenly tilted the scales. Little Cold Hands' retreat backwards made Zheng Xuan instinctively chase after him. It wasn't that Fang Rui had moved Boundless Sea into the correct position, but rather, Bullet Rain had gifted himself to the enemy. All of this had taken only a split second, and all of it was because of Wenyi's bait. Even Yu Wenzhou reacted to it too late. Bullet Rain was blasted away by the sky-piercing cannon. Along with the momentum of the wind, the blow-away effect was even stronger. Bullet Rain was directly thrown outside of the wind zone. and when he had moved to pursue Little Cold Hands, he had stopped attacking Steamed Bun Invasion. An opening immediately appeared in Blue Rain's assault on Steamed Bun Invasion as a result of the sudden interruption. Steamed Bun Invasion immediately rolled and escaped through the opening. Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud attacked with his sword, but Steamed Bun Invasion responded with a brick. "Take this brick." This guy was still chatting. Who knew if it was because of his early contact with Huang Xiaoshan, but Steamed Bun liked to call out his moves too. He couldn't speak in the chat, so his only choice was the chat. It had always annoyed him. The "take this brick" had been sudden, but Lu Hanwen's reaction speed was astonishing. Flowing Cloud turned his head and dodged it. The sword light continued forth, but after noticing Swixiar's movements, he adjusted. "Ha ha, scared." Steamed Bun noticed the change in Flowing Cloud's attacks. Delighted, Steamed Bun Invasion took the chance to counterattack. But little did he know, Lu Hanwen had intentionally left an opening. And this opening wasn't for him, but for Swixiar. Hexagram Prison, Pillars of Light descended. Steamed Bun tried to dodge, but it was too late. "Let me out," Steamed Bun cried out in the chat. His Steamed Bun Invasion had been trapped by Hexagram Prison. Having seen the situation change, Yu and Zhou decided to stop their assault on Steamed Bun Invasion. But because of the Hexagram Prison, it was as if they pressed pause on their previous offense. First stop, resolve the issues, and then continue Boundless Sea. The invisible Boundless Sea was now a threatening presence because he had finally gotten onto the tailwind of the wind zone, and the strong winds made his chi attacks even faster. After sending out a sky-piercing cannon at Bullet Rain, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea headed towards Yu Wenzhou's Swixiar. Yu Wenzhou didn't panic. Swixiar moved and maintained the same angle with Boundless Sea. Fang Rui was trying for a certain angle, not just because he wanted to strengthen his attacks with the wind. More importantly, at a certain angle, Chi Masters would be suppressed by the gale. For example, if the wind and his attacks were perpendicular to each other, unless he was right next to his opponent, his chi energy would be blown away by the wind, and he would have trouble aiming his attacks. Fang Rui probably knew this point too, but Yu Wenzhou knew it better than him. Blue Rain had chosen this map, and Blue Rain also had a Chi Master. This was why Yu Wenzhou dared to let Fang Rui's Chi Master loop around them, because he knew exactly how the gale helped or hindered a Chi Master. Bullet Rain was blown back. It had been too fast for Yu Wenzhou to respond, but if Fang Rui wanted to target Hai Swixiar, then he wasn't going to let another accident happen. Chapter 1467, Breakthrough. Chapter 1467, Breakthrough. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. The battle was a blur to the viewers. This team competition had too many changes happening too quickly. Neither side had a fixed strategy. In other words, when facing each other, there was no single path that could go all the way. It could only go back and forth, with both sides constantly adjusting to each other's reactions. Who was winning? Who was losing? In terms of offense, Blue Rain had the greater initiative. Happy's formation was somewhat in disarray. However, the more attentive viewers may have realized that Blue Rain had started with the tailwind advantage, but now, not really. Swixiar's curses wouldn't be strengthened by the gale. In fact, Swixiar was positioned more defensively. Their healer, Su Jinxi's Soul Speaker, was also positioned more defensively. The impact of the wind on Blue Rain's offense was practically zero. On the other hand, Happy's Boundless Sea was taking advantage of the wind for his attacks. Yu Wenzhou had Swixiar move to not give Fang Rui any opportunities to attack him. But Boundless Sea simply waved his hands in a different direction and shot out a chi bullet as fast as a meteor. Zheng Xuan's Bullet Rain dodged in a flurry. After getting sent flying by Boundless Sea, he had paid great attention to his existence. That guy knew how to put on an act. He looked like he was moving to attack Swixiar when he suddenly turned and fired at Bullet Rain. Zheng Xuan wanted revenge. Bullet Rain fired back at Boundless Sea, but because of the effects of the gale, Bullet Rain's gunshot, ha 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 ha, Fang Rui laughed in the chat. Boundless Sea slid his palms across. Chi Blade. Chi Blade was a difficult to react to skill in the first place. The gale only made it even harder. Zhang Xuan didn't have time to think. Before even seeing it come out, he had Bullet Rain roll. Did the Chi Blade come? Zhang Xuan didn't notice any changes in his surroundings. Suddenly, Suixar stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. What's going on? Everyone was dumbstruck. Lord Grim, Dancing Rain, Steamed Bun Invasion. None of them had attacked Suixar. That meant it could have only been Boundless Sea. Don't underestimate me. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had intentionally kept the same posture as when he had sent out the Chi Blade. His two hands weren't facing Suixar, but from the wind they realized what had happened. Boundless Sea had accounted for the effects of the winds in his calculations. He knew the Chi Blade would fly diagonally from where he was aiming towards Suixar. The strong winds could shift the movements of the Chi Blade, but it could not disperse the Chi itself. With the wind, the Chi Blade's momentum was even stronger. It was just that this sort of calculative ability. This was clearly the map that Blue Rain had chosen. If their Chi master, Song Zio, had been the one to make such an accurate shot, it wouldn't have been too surprising. But Fang Rui had been completely invisible before. The broadcast had given him very little screen time. At this moment, the director went back to check Fang Rui's movements from before. He realized that Fang Rui's Boundless Sea hadn't just been moving. He had been sending Chi out as he moved. Fang Rui had been measuring the effects of the wind on his Chi. His accuracy wasn't without reason. However, figuring out the wind in such a short amount of time couldn't be done without talent. The invisible Fang Rui and Boundless Sea immediately became the star of the show. Amidst the winds, Boundless Sea assumed his dirty pose, half crouching. His hands were raised to his chest, gathering swirling Chi from the surroundings. Fang Rui's incomparably dirty Chi master suddenly looked to have the air of a great scholar again. This was Chi Master Level 75 skill, a skill that had a cast time. It could be charged. At this point, Blue Rain no longer had time to interrupt it. Even so, they still had to do something. If they couldn't interrupt it, they couldn't just let Fang Rui's Boundless Sea keep charging it, right? Thousand Chance in full bloom. Before Blue Rain attacked, Boundless Sea released the skill. It was only one palm, but all of the Chi that had accumulated burst out, similar to Flash Burst. However, Flash Burst only a single burst of Chi, while Thousand Chance in full bloom was like a flower. Numerous bullets sprayed out and then scattered throughout the field because of the wind. Bullet Rain, Suixar, and Soul Speaker were all within this rain of Chi. Thousand Chance in full bloom originally didn't cover a large area, but because of the wind, using the word scattered to describe these bullets of Chi was perfectly appropriate. Of Blue Rain's three characters, Suixar was in the center of the meteor shower. There was no place for him to dodge. The bullets of Chi along with the added force of the wind forced Suixar back. The other two, Su Jingxi and Zhang Xuan, had to give up what they were doing before to dodge the attack. For a moment, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had stopped all three alone. It was only for a short moment, but these opportunities didn't come by easily. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of cannon fire suddenly became even more compact. Bullet Rain and Suixar had been pinned down in succession. Su Macheng's Dancing Rain had suddenly shifted targets. Her target was no longer Troubling Rain, but Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud. Lu Hanwen wasn't too bothered by it. He had noticed the attacks and dodged them. Steamed Bun Invasion now had room to breathe and immediately became more boisterous. Leo, let me fix you up, Steamed Bun shouted in the chat. He had received Ye Xiu's orders. Once he found an opening, he would immediately attack Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain. The crowd booed. Who are you? You say you're going to fix up the Sword Saint. Even if the battle had taken a turn, haven't you heard the phrase, having an unfair advantage? The crowd couldn't admire Steamed Bun's delight at all. But they could see that with Steamed Bun invasion moved towards Huang Xiaoshan, the connection between him and Lord Grimm had been re-established. "He's all yours, Steamed Bun," Ye Xiu immediately called out in the chat. Afterwards, Lord Grimm tried to retreat. "Leo, do you dare to fight 300 exchanges with me?" Steamed Bun challenged, while throwing a brick towards the back of Troubling Rain's head. Huang Xiaoshan had been checking his surroundings. When he saw the brick, he had Troubling Rain tilt his head. It seemed like he had no intentions of letting Lord Grimm go. But then not a brick but a slap on the face. If it was a brawler's slap, Lord Grimm could do it too. He had pretended to retreat. Taking advantage of Huang Xiaoshan dodging Steamed Bun invasion's brick, he suddenly came out with a slap. As soon as the attack hit, the combo began. With a hook, Troubling Rain was sent flying into the air. As for the follow-up attacks, not even the fastest mouth could narrate every attack. Unspecialized blitz. The myriad manifestations' umbrella kept changing forms, keeping Troubling Rain tumbling in the air. This combo couldn't last that long, though. After all, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea couldn't just spam Thousand Chants in full bloom. Blue Rain's 3 players had been positioned scattered apart. No matter how well Fang Rui took advantage of the wind, he couldn't keep all 3 under control. Bullet Rain's rescue soon arrived. Huang Xiaoshan used the opening to escape. But what should they do next? For a moment, Blue Rain didn't seem to have a direction. Happy's broken formation had now been reformed. Lord Grimm and Steamed Bun invasion were together alongside each other. Sima Cheng had the long-ranged support, and Wenyi was in the middle as the healer, getting protection from 2 sides. And although Fang Rui was deep in enemy territory alone, he had the wind on his side and had nothing to fear. What should they do? Quite a few viewers were looking at Team Blue Rain's chat. At this moment, Blue Rain should have some idea on what to do, right? Their previous plans seemed to have been broken apart one by one. Some people looked at the health on both teams. After comparing them, they saw which side had won the exchange. "Coach Li, what are your thoughts?" Pan Lin asked Li Yibo this question. "It's still too early to say, but what Blue Rain does next will be crucial to how the rest of the match plays out," Li Yibo said. "Of course," Li Yibo immediately added, "it's also important to see how Happy is able to take advantage of this situation." Sure enough, Happy didn't disappoint Li Yibo. After breaking apart Blue Rain's tactics one by one, it was time for their counterattack. Even though Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain had been rescued from Lord Grimm's combo because of his teammates, Happy had no plans of letting him escape. Troubling Rain became Happy's focus point. Lord Grimm's attacks became the lead for the entire team. "Take my fist, Leo," Steamed Bun continued to shout. Previously, he had been ridiculing Blue Rain for teaming up on him, but he had no problems teaming up on Huang Xiaoshan. Blue Rain's fans had already started booing. They were worried for Huang Xiaoshan. But at this moment, Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud broke through Sima Cheng's zoning, his greatsword coming to the rescue. Meteor form. Flowing Cloud's greatsword, Flame Shadow, was fast. Along with the explosions from behind, he blazed across the field into the enemy lines. "Wow, this kid's pretty impressive." Steamed Bun was put in a difficult situation because of the attack. They couldn't bother trash-talking Steamed Bun. Lu Hanwen could actually be considered a senior. They were amazed that Steamed Bun could actually dodge that sudden attack. If he had been wielding a lightsaber, Li Yibo spoke halfway through before stopping himself. He realized that he seemed to say those words a bit too much. It was like he was criticizing Lu Hanwen for choosing a greatsword over a lightsaber. In reality, Lu Hanwen used his greatsword to great effect, accomplishing things that couldn't be done by a lightsaber. Li Yibo only felt it was a pity that the attack speed was slow. "Kid, I admire you. You've at least got more guts than that, Leo. You're a worthy opponent," Steamed Bun continued to chatter. "Fuck, you bastard, I've endured long enough. Come here and let me hack you into pieces." Insulted without even being in the conversation, Huang Xiaoshan finally couldn't bear it anymore. Chapter 1468, Double Image. Chapter 1468, Double Image. Translator. Namyami. Editor. Namyami. Was he enraged? Seeing Huang Xiaoshan rant so angrily that he didn't even bother to use punctuation, many people thought this way. But just as many weren't fooled at all. Huang Xiaoshan's fighting existed on a completely separate channel from his trash talk. His trash talk didn't reveal any of his cold, brutal, opportunistic style at all. So seeing him yell in the chat that he couldn't endure steamed bun any longer, at least half of the audience didn't believe him all. It looked like steamed bun didn't believe him either. He completely ignored Huang Xiaoshan, and instead focused on controlling steamed bun invasion to fight Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud. This was simply too normal of an action. The opponent in front of him was strong. How could he simply turn around to go and fight someone else just because they yelled something? But everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but think. Steamed bun looked down on Huang Xiaoshan and didn't want to bother with fighting him anymore. What was up with that? Those who thought this didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was such an important playoffs match, with such a fast rhythm, so many changes, endlessly wonderful. But as soon as the scene focused in over here, how come it seemed like it was hiding this unseriousness? Were these two people really treating this match seriously? Even Blue Rain's own fans couldn't help but begin to question their Sword Saint. And what was the Sword Saint actually doing? After shouting at steamed bun, Huang Xiaoshan's troubling Rain actually dropped the opponent in front of him and prepared to kill his way towards steamed bun invasion. He lost his cool. Seeing this, countless people began to shout. Shock, disappointment, delight in disaster, all sorts of emotions were pulled forth by this one action of Huang Xiaoshan's. Such a strong retreat was obviously unwise. Even the chaotic steamed bun in these conditions didn't lose the opponent in front of him, Lu Hanwen. And Huang Xiaoshan, who was supposed to be more mature, actually did such a childish action, and the opponent he dropped was Ye Xiu, an opponent even scarier than Lu Hanwen. As expected, Ye Xiu didn't miss this opportunity. Lord Grimm immediately went for the opening that troubling Rain exposed as he forcefully retreated. At that moment, Swordlight violently burst forth. Formless Phantom Blade, the level 70 Blade Master skill, the skill that still dealt the highest damage, Formless Phantom Blade. Troubling Rain retreated and went after steamed bun invasion, but before he got there, the skill was already activated. And then, one step, one turn. The opening that Troubling Rain had exposed while retreating was suddenly completely covered by Swordlight. Oh. Blue Rain's Xiaochuan Stadium was instantly filled with the cheers and hollers of Blue Rain's fans. They were simply too moved because their core, their ace, their idol, their Sword Saint hadn't let them down in the end. He hadn't lost his cool. This was a trap inviting the gentleman to enter the funeral urn. But Ye Xiu wasn't without defense. Facing the sudden turn and explosion of Swordlight, Lord Grimm swiftly retreated, the sword chasing him. Whoosh, 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 ding, whoosh, whoosh. The interwoven arcs of Swordlight flashed through the air, punctuated with the occasional sounds of contact. Huang Xiaoshan's Formless Phantom Blade was simply this fast, so fast that no one could see how he was actually attacking. It seemed as though it was just that one moment, Swordlight burst forth, dazzling the eyes, drawing attention, and then in the next moment the light was gone, and all was still. It looked like it was all over. Troubling Rain, Lord Grimm, the two characters stood in their original positions. What happened? While too many people were still in a daze, Lord Grimm suddenly rushed forward, and Troubling Rain didn't move. Huang Xiaoshan actually just stood and watched as Lord Grimm came at him with a double stab, impaling his body, and he still maintained that pose. Formless Phantom Blade, The pose after retracting the final slash, Huang Xiaoshan had unleashed the final slash of formless phantom blade, but he hadn't managed to hit the target. An opening, this was undoubtedly a huge opening. Many blade masters, if they felt they didn't have full grasp of the situation, would rather give up on the last and most powerful slash of the formless phantom blade. Huang Xiaoshan unleashed this slash, but this slash hadn't managed to hit. Any glory player could stand up and tell Huang Xiaoshan what that meant. So how could Huang Xiaoshan not know this principle? And with his skill, how could he have let this happen? This was why everyone was so shocked by this situation. The doubt was so strong that even the televised broadcast decided not to play the currently unfolding battle at full screen. Instead, they split to a small window, and in slow motion replayed the formless phantom blade exchange between Ye Xiu and Huang Xiaoshan just now. What kind of exchange had it been? Even though it was slowed down to a quarter of the speed, everyone could still clearly sense how fast it was. Formless phantom blade was that fast. But Ye Xiu's responses seemed to be even faster. Lord Grimm, with almost minuscule movements, dodged the slashes that this skill sent at him one after another. The tip of the sword, the blade of the sword, it all seemed to go right past him, without a single one landing. The audience watched as one slash looked like it was about to hit, and they felt their hearts leaping into their throats, and this was watching a slow-motion replay. Then they saw that the myriad manifestations umbrella in Lord Grimm's hand suddenly elongated, and that slash that seemed undodgeable was parried just like that. He parried a formless phantom blade. Aside from dumbstruck, was there any more suitable emotion? Everyone had only ever seen this kind of thing in performances before. Two pro players, both using formless phantom blade, and then ping-pong-pong clashing again and again, until it looked like there were flowers blooming around them from all of the sparks flying. But that was practiced beforehand, where both sides knew from what angle and with what speed the other player would come at them. Yet now, this was the playoffs battlefield, and the one behind the formless phantom blade was the #1 among blade masters, the Sword Saint. And his formless phantom blade had actually been parried by the opponent. After that, Lord Grimm continued to retreat, continued to dodge. His one parry, of course, couldn't interrupt the formless phantom blade attack, and the skill steadily reached the end. Just the fact that he'd been able to last this long was already breathtaking. No matter how they looked at it, though, there was no way for him to dodge or block the next slash, and this next slash just happened to be the most powerful, final slash of the formless phantom blade. The sword lifted, carrying an incomparably sharp sword light. Those sword shadows that had been all scattered earlier now seemed to gather and accumulate upon the blade, and the final gleaming blade of light flashed forth. What was that? And then everyone looked at where the sword light had traveled, and they blinked or rubbed their eyes. Had their vision gone fuzzy? Everyone thought this because in their view in that one moment it looked like there had been a double image of Lord Grimm. An instant later it had vanished. The scene rewound and replayed in slow motion, this time at 1/8 the speed. This time everyone saw clearly. Shadow clone technique. It was shadow clone technique. Lord Grimm's two hands moved so fast as to be undetectable. He'd completed the seals in the span of time of the already incredibly fast formless phantom blade. What kind of hand speed was that? Everyone searched for a number on the screen, hoping it would tell them, but there was none, no number. They could only rely on their feeling. But for this sort of inhuman thing, how could an ordinary person rely on their feeling? The shadow clone technique didn't send the original body far away, so the real and false bodies stood very tightly together. The final slash of the formless phantom blade arrived, and at 1/8 speed, everyone could finally clearly see that the instant this skill had activated, the clone had been broken by this final slash. At 1/4 speed, Everyone finally identified this double image that they'd mistaken for their eyes going blurry, because it really had only appeared for an instant. And even at 1/4 speed, it had only been there for a moment, allowing everyone to realize that that was the only way he would have been able to dodge that slash. Normal movement couldn't be made faster with faster hand speed. Only the hand seals of a ninja would, with an increase in hand speed, release a skill faster. Ultimately, Ye Xiu succeeded, using a method that surpassed everyone's imagination. And no one could forget that Ye Xiu was an old general of 10 years. This sort of unbearably fast hand speed, wasn't that supposed to be something that only the youth had? The final slash of Huang Xiaoshen's formless phantom blade hadn't landed, but at this time, no one felt that he had made a mistake. He had already done very well, using blade after blade to attack the defending Ye Xiu, forcing him back until he had nowhere to dodge and nowhere to block. What happened afterward couldn't be called Huang Xiaoshen's fault. That sort of transcendence of natural human limits, how could that be treated as a miscalculation? It wasn't Huang Xiaoshen's fault, but no matter what, his troubling reign once again fell into an unfavorable situation, as Ye Xiu controlled Lord Grimm to unleash another flurry of attacks at him. But those who had just been watching the small window reply found that, for now, they couldn't re-immerse themselves back in the normal battle. That moment, that instant, they still weren't sure if it had even been real. They needed to watch it a few more times. In comparison, the live audience was better off. The screens suspended at the center of the stadium were large enough to replay that moment over and over, but in truth, they didn't replay it for too long. After all, this was Blue Rain's home stadium, and that wasn't a thrilling moment that belonged to Blue Rain. But just once was enough to render the entire audience speechless. Xiaochuan Stadium at this moment was dead silent. This was a moment that belonged to Happy, but even Happy's diehard fans sitting on the west side were so shocked that they forgot to cheer. Beyond all belief, that was perhaps the only way to describe that scene. Pan Lin and Li Yibo in the broadcast were reciting those words as well. But on the battlefield, a chaotic rain silently fell at this moment. The initiative that Ye Xiu had gained with his unbelievable controls was immediately broken by this silent, chaotic rain. No matter how exciting, he just dodged one attack. In Blue Rain's channel, Captain Yu Wenzhou spoke calmly. Huang Xiaoshen's calm was to help him clearly and accurately seize killing opportunities. But in Blue Rain, the one who was truly as calm as an unmelting glacier of 1,000 years was still their captain. Chapter 1469. This is the strategy. Chapter 1469. This is the strategy. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. Seeing Yu Wenzhou send this message in the chat, Xiaochuan Stadium was suddenly filled with thunderous applause. When Huang Xiaoshen's valiant, formless phantom blade was broken by the opponent like that, never mind the players on the field, even the watching audience couldn't help but feel unsettled. But now one sentence from their captain was enough to reassure everyone. That was right. It was nothing more than dodging one attack. No matter how clever the method was, the final result wasn't anything special. It was simply a dodge. It was like kicking a goal in soccer. There would always be those super difficult, inimitable shots, but with regards to the match itself, no matter how exciting, it was only one goal and 1 point, nothing more. Don't pay it too much mind. Keep your spirits up. Even the Blue Rain fans watching from off the field understood the meaning of their captain's words. The chaotic rain splashed upon the ground, and even Ye Xiu couldn't continue to control his character under the confused state. He could only try to get out of the skill's range as early as he could. Sorry, Su Mucheng said in Happy's chat. Swaxar didn't have any close-range opponents covering him, and she was the only one who could have used an attack to disrupt him. But she hadn't noticed the casting of this chaotic rain. From a certain angle, it could be called her mistake. "Don't worry," Ye Xiu replied. He didn't have any intent of blaming anyone. The launcher had the longest attack range of any class and often had the ability to target any opponent during a battle. But did that mean that every attack interrupt would be left to the responsibility of the launcher? Of course not. Even a warlock, a character that was important to target and interrupt, could not always be interrupted in this kind of chaotic battle. "Leave him to me," Fang Rui shouted in the chat. Blue Rain was avoiding the location occupied by Fang Rui, and by this time they had spread outside of the gale area, trying to go as far away as possible. Fang Rui felt a bit sad leaving behind his advantage, but right now Boundless Sea didn't serve any purpose by staying in the wind area, so he also controlled Boundless Sea to travel with the wind and flew like a shooting star toward Swixar. How come you're not crawling anymore?" At this moment, a message from Steamed Bun suddenly appeared in the match chat. What? Blue Rain's players all had a double take. What was that supposed to mean? And then, very soon, they saw Fang Rui reply, "Crawl your face." Fuck, everyone was shocked. Steamed Bun's mockery didn't discriminate between friend and foe. He would mock even his own teammate. But while Happy's two players bickered, their characters on the battlefield were cooperating. Steamed Bun Invasion, currently fighting Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud, suddenly turned and tried to leave. Lu Hanwen, of course, wouldn't let him go easily, but Lord Grimm, who had managed to escape from the chaotic rain, was just passing by. The myriad manifestations umbrella waved, and with a clang it parried Flowing Cloud's attack. Guard. Lord Grimm used the Blade Master skill guard. Flowing Cloud's silver weapon Flame Shadow was extremely heavy, so his attacks had much knockback. After Lord Grimm blocked, the force of the attack sent him crashing in the direction of Steamed Bun Invasion. "What a mistake!" Pan Lin shouted as the two characters slammed into each other. Players on the same team couldn't harm each other, but because Lord Grimm was sent flying by the force of Flowing Cloud's attack, this crash was considered an attack. It wouldn't have been a big deal if the opponent had purposely used knockback to blow the opponent away, but this was Ye Xiu controlling Lord Grimm to voluntarily help cover Steamed Bun Invasion. Flowing Cloud had hit two birds with one stone, which was truly somewhat embarrassing. "No, wait." But at this moment, Li Yibo suddenly shouted. After being hit, Steamed Bun Invasion staggered, but because of it, his charge suddenly accelerated. He and Fang Rui's Boundless Sea were trying to use a pincer strike against Swixar, but because their plan was obvious, Blue Rain was already on the defensive. Yu Wenzhou was paying attention to the movement speeds of the two characters, and Zheng Xuan's Bullet Rain was already opening fire to block Steamed Bun Invasion. Zheng Xuan chose to block Steamed Bun because he saw that Boundless Sea was still in the wind zone, and attacks in that direction would be affected. Originally, it had all been calculated very clearly, including Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud catching up from behind to coordinate and close in. But in the end, because Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm passed by, it was all blown to pieces. Steamed Bun Invasion, with a sudden burst of speed, broke through Bullet Rain's cover. Yu Wenzhou, who had been controlling Swixar to change positions, was clearly unprepared for this abrupt change. "Prepare your face," Steamed Bun once again gave a shout before attacking. Steamed Bun Invasion arrived in front of Swixar and threw a sand toss his way. What Yu Wenzhou feared the most was such moments of unpreparedness. His awareness, reaction, judgment, they were all sufficient to respond to whatever happened. But always in the last moment, when it was time to turn his awareness and reaction into controls, he was too slow. Yu Wenzhou had long since grown accustomed to this awkwardness. He was unperturbed and already began calculating for what would happen after he was hit. But this time, a gold-colored shield of light suddenly surrounded Swixar. Steamed Bun Invasion's sand toss after hitting this shield was swallowed into nothing. Swiksar didn't take any damage, nor did he lose his sight. Holy Shield Technique, the Paladin Skill. When Yu Wenzhou was faced with a situation he couldn't handle, his teammates knew as well. Su Jingxi didn't begrudge using his skill, and Soul Speaker cast Holy Shield Technique to protect Swiksar within. Unlike the Qi Master's Qi Guard, which didn't move once cast, Holy Shield Technique was a protection centered around a character and would move with the character's movements. Yu Wenzhou was already in the process of dodging in the aftermath of the attack, but with this Holy Shield Technique, his controls went more smoothly. Yu Wenzhou didn't slow down as a result of this. The Holy Shield Technique was equivalent to giving a character some extra health. It couldn't completely block all of the opponent's skills. For example, some of the grappler's grab attacks would throw the character along with the Holy Shield Technique. It wasn't like the Golden Shield would prevent the grab. So Swiksar still had to dodge. Yu Wenzhou couldn't let his character be controlled by the opponent. As for where he would go, Yu Wenzhou had already calculated. There was no safe zone in a battle, of course, so he wanted to go in a direction where it was convenient for Blue Rain's players and characters to support him. As for where Steamed Bun might intercept him, he swiftly calculated those as well. Here, Yu Wenzhou chose a direction that was inconvenient for Steamed Bun and was good for cooperation with the Blue Rain players. But Steamed Bun's view didn't even glance his way. He just continued charging straight forward. What was he doing now? Yu Wenzhou didn't understand Steamed Bun's plot, but it also didn't interfere with his own escape. So even though he didn't understand, it was better for him to first just get as far away as he could. Swiksar dodged to the side, and Steamed Bun Invasion really didn't attack him at all. He just passed right by Swiksar just like that. Yu Wenzhou's heart jumped as he suddenly realized something. Alarmed, Swiksar turned around, pulling his camera view, and as expected, Steamed Bun Invasion was charging straight. Over there, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had adjusted his movement direction. The true target of these two's pincer attack wasn't Swiksar, but Soul Speaker, Blue Rain's healer. The audience members with the omniscient view didn't react much faster than Yu Wenzhou. It wasn't until the thing actually happened that there were shouts of surprise. Li Yibo's brain just wasn't enough. He had started as a pro player, playing in countless real battles. Later, he became a professional commentator, watching countless battles. But in Li Yibo's memory, there had never before been a match where the rhythm was this fast. How long had this battle lasted so far? It had barely been a few minutes, right? But everything was happening so suddenly. It was like being on a speeding train. For any match, whether the home or the away team, there would always be a general overall strategy they followed. But in this match, up to now, Li Yibo had yet to figure out what the main goal of either team was. This match felt like two enemies meeting randomly in the heavenly domain, neither side having prepared beforehand, and then breaking out into a fight. All of the responses followed from the immediate, real-time changes. All strategic thoughts were formed spontaneously on the field. What was going on? Li Yibo was truly lost, completely lost. In this match, maybe the yelling in the chat was a bit unprofessional, okay, but right now, had the two sides prepared strategy beforehand? What were the methods they'd prepared to win this match? Especially Team Blue Rain. This is your home match, your map. Did you not think beforehand how you were going to use it? The offense and defense is so fast that Blue Rain has no way of using their home field advantage. At this moment, Pan Lin suddenly exclaimed this sentence, and Li Yibo felt as though he suddenly saw the light. "What did you say?" Li Yibo cried out. "Ah," Pan Lin, alarmed, thought that he had said something wrong. The fast offense and defense prevents Blue Rain from using their home field advantage. Li Yibo repeated the sentence to himself. "Ah." So far, aside from predicting Happy's path at the very beginning and then attacking Happy from the advantageous position in the center wind zone, Blue Rain hasn't really used the map, Pan Lin said. You're right. Li Yibo nodded his head sharply. He figured it out. The two sides didn't have any strategy. How was that possible? This was a playoffs match. If time permitted, no amount of preparation was too much. Who would slack off? Blue Rain had used the map from the start, attacking downwind and instantly scattering Happy's formation. Their opening was successful. Then what about Happy? Happy's strategy, Happy's battle plan for this match was what everyone saw now. Play fast, play chaotically. Using a fast and changing rhythm, keep Blue Rain's hands and feet tied, make it so that they had no way of using wind zones on this map as they had practiced. Both sides looked like they were lacking in preparation, turning this into a mess. In reality, Blue Rain had prepared, but they had no chance to display it. Happy. The situation right now was what they had prepared for. Their goal was to chase victory in the midst of chaos. Chapter 1470, Wild Happy. Chapter 1470, Wild Happy. Translator, Namyumi. Editor. Namyumi, after looking over the clues and reviewing the contents of the previous rounds in this match, Li Yibo was even more confident in his views. When the two sides first clashed, it had been extremely unfavorable for Happy. At that time, they could have evaded Blue Rain's downwind assault, but Happy stubbornly chose to stay and face them. Li Yibo wanted to say he didn't understand their choice, but didn't have time to because the pace of the match had been too fast, especially with one side getting a speed boost from the strong winds. But then, the situation had unwittingly unfolded into the present state. Along the way, there were simply too many details worth talking about. To think Happy would actually use such a strategy, speaking of which, does this count as a strategy? Pan Lin said after listening to Li Yibo's analysis. Li Yibo forced a smile. A strategy usually entailed structure, but Happy's strategy changed depending on the situation. It was completely chaotic. It couldn't really be considered as a strategy. But the important part was that Happy succeeded, at least for now. Blue Rain wasn't able to display their home game advantage. If they win like this, Pan Lin didn't know what to say. If just randomly fighting could win, then the win wouldn't just be over Team Blue Rain. It could be considered a slap to the term pro-level playing, where strategy and tactics actually meaningless in a competition. Haha, this isn't something that can be accomplished just by playing around randomly, Li Yibo laughed. Oh, think about Team Happy's background, Li Yibo said. The current Happy was no longer an unremarkable grassroots internet cafe team. They were a top 8 team that had made it into the playoffs. There were no weak teams in the playoffs, because anyone that could stand here had experienced the test of an entire season. Perhaps winning the Challenger League could be done by a fluke of luck because that was an elimination tournament format. But there was no luck in the regular season. It was 38 rounds of back and forth. How could it be so convenient as to always be lucky? In a competition of skill, the skilled teams would receive attention, especially for a team like Happy, where there was always something to talk about. As a result, the media had pretty much dug up all there was to know about the members of Team Happy. Team Happy's background. Pan Lin stared blankly. He had always followed Team Happy closely. With Li Yibo's reminder, he immediately thought of all the details of Happy's team roster. Compared to the teams that went through the Alliance's investigation to make it into the league, Team Happy didn't suddenly become known in a single day. Their team had history which could be traced back all the way to the opening of the 10th server. Yes, the opening of the 10th server. Too many people remembers how in the first day of the 10th server, the name Lord Grimm kept popping up in the world chat, which could be checked. Many of the first kill records in the 10th server's beginner village were held by Lord Grimm. The opening of the 10th server was the day of Ye Xiu's retirement. The story could be easily pieced together. Many 10th server players could describe the terrifying dungeon record wars that followed. And in this war, the name Lord Grim could not be missed. He held countless spots on the leaderboards, a member of one guild one day and then a different guild the next day. Whether it was Tyrannical Ambition or Blue Brook Guild, there were traces of Lord Grim. The members of these guilds had leaked out that at that time, Lord Grim had already been holding that crazy transforming myriad manifestations umbrella. They also stated with certainty that Ye Xiu had two partners by his side, Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion. Later, Concealed Light and 1-inch Ash joined. Pro characters were stored in Glory's in-game servers too. Happy's characters could be searched and verified as created in the 10th server. Team Happy was a new team from head to toe. Almost all of their members had come from the 10th server. And how had they grown throughout this journey? Pan Lin knew. Li Yibo had wanted him to think of this point. Happy's players had grown together through chaotic fights. From a trusted information source in the 10th server, Lord Grim had become a public enemy of all the top guilds. These top guilds weren't just random player guilds, but club guilds, guilds with a powerful background. Because Ye Xiu's investment into the 10th server had disrupted the balance between the guilds. When he reached level 50 and entered the heavenly domain, the top guilds had allied together and went on a hunt for him. According to another trusted information source, deception had appeared besides Lord Grim at that point. Happy left behind a very clear trail in history. And this trail was made up entirely of the blood and tears of the big guilds, and Happy's players had trained and grown in these sorts of fights. 5v5 team battle, 2 small scale. In the game, 5 players was just half a team. A team was 10 players, and a group consisted of 10 teams, 100 players. Even if the skill levels of those 100 players couldn't compare to pro level, it was obvious which one would be more chaotic, no. Making the fight chaotic wasn't because Happy had no idea what to do against Blue Rain in the home game. Rather, it was because it was their best way of facing Blue Rain, and the playstyle they were most adept at. How long had it been since pro players had experienced chaotic fights like those in the game? They were used to logical and structured 5v5 fights. Such wild chaos hadn't been seen in so long. Perhaps even many of the players who came from the club training camps didn't have these types of experiences. If pro teams were thrown into the game, they could deal with any in-game matter without a problem. But the pros would be relying on their superior intuition and technique to bully in-game players. However, Blue Rain wasn't playing against normal players. Blue Rain was facing Team Happy, a playoffs team. Happy had been a mess at the start, and now Blue Rain was also in a mess. But Happy was happy being in a mess. Amidst this chaos, there was rhythm and synergy, but Blue Rain was truly a mess. They couldn't find the appropriate rhythm, or perhaps it could be said that they weren't able to establish one. Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion had feigned a pincer attack on Swiksar, but then suddenly turned to pincer attack Soul Speaker instead. Team Blue Rain was in disorder. Swiksar turned to cast a curse, but this time, Su Macheng locked onto him. She fired a shot at him, forcing Yu Wenzhou to avoid it. Details such as Ye Xiu using guard to crash into Steamed Bun Invasion and helping him accelerate were lost by the viewers. The match was developing simply too fast. Right now, Ye Xiu was violently attacking Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud, pushing him back. On the other end, Huang Xiaoshan's troubling rain wanted to get past him, but his attempt didn't escape Ye Xiu's notice. Lord Grim suddenly swept across the field with a shining arc, cutting troubling rain off. After 2 quick swipes, Huang Xiaoshan had no choice but to have troubling rain retreat. Paladins wore plate armor. Although their defense was much higher than clerics, their movements were much slower. Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion made his way to him practically unimpeded. Su Jingxi saw them clearly. He obviously had no intentions of being a sitting duck. Soul Speaker ready to halo smash. Whoever first reached him would receive a hit back, creating an opening for him. Which one? Su Jingxi's Soul Speaker retreated 2 steps so he could see the attacks from his left and right more clearly. They're here. On his left side, Boundless Sea raised his 2 hands, letting out a blast of chi. Su Jingxi immediately acted and ready to halo smash, but Cloud Grasping Fist. Boundless Sea had unexpectedly used a Cloud Grasping Fist. This skill grabbed the target. It dealt no damage, so it wasn't something Halo Smash could reflect back. Su Jingxi was depressed. He didn't know if he should blame luck or if it was because Fang Rui had seen through him. Then what about Steamed Bun Invasion? As he moved to make it more difficult for Boundless Sea to grab him, Su Jingxi looked towards Steamed Bun Invasion and saw something coming towards him. He immediately tilted his head. Who? A brick whistled by. There wasn't enough time to activate Halo Smash. To think you dodged it, Steamed Bun was surprised. Blue Rain's players really are amazing. Steamed Bun finally said a few kind words to Blue Rain, but Blue Rain's players nor fans could feel excited about these words in any way. From what he was saying, dodging his brick was an incredible feat. Blue Rain's 2 blade masters were blocked by Ye Xiu. Yu Wenzhou was busy dealing with Sima Cheng and didn't have time to help. Only Zhang Xuan was left. The spiritless Zhang Xuan didn't dare be negligent. His bullet rain rushed towards Soul Speaker with his sights locked onto Steamed Bun Invasion and Boundless Sea. Then Zhang Xuan personally witnessed a kidnapping take place. Could this even be called a fight? Zhang Xuan felt his mind go hazy. Steamed Bun Invasion and Boundless Sea, 2 fighter classes were surrounding their healer, punching and kicking him. You would expect a few skills to be used, no. But the 2 enemies were just swinging their arms and legs. You couldn't even tell whose arm or leg it was. And as Soul Speaker was beaten up, it looked like he was being forcefully dragged towards an area. An area? The Wind Zone. Those 2 guys wanted to kidnap Soul Speaker and bring him into the Wind Zone. If that happened, Blue Rain would have trouble taking advantage of the terrain to rescue him. How stressful. Zhang Xuan had become the team's only hope, and he couldn't help but mutter his catchphrase. Then he charged forward resolutely. Let go of our healer. To motivate himself, Zhang Xuan gave a shout in the chat. Someone's here. What do we do? Steamed Bun said. From the way he phrased it, it really did sound like they had been caught in the middle of a kidnapping. Pretend we didn't see him, Fang Rui said. How smart, Steamed Bun said. Zhang Xuan was infuriated. Did he really pose no threat to them? Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com Chapter 1471. Can never be overlooked at any moment. Chapter 1471. Can never be overlooked at any moment. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Bullet Rain. Bullet Rain. In this sort of critical moment, Zhang Xuan usually liked to drop a "how stressful" in the chat before acting. But this time, in a rare sight, he didn't complain at all. Just like that, Bullet Rain, scattering a rain of bullets, rushed forward. Boom, 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 boom. A road paved with the fireworks of explosions. When a Spitfire went on full offensive, the sight was as splendid and colorful as a mage's attacks. Zhang Jiao, the creator of the 100 Blossom style, used this point to the fullest, and those who came after him all learned something from the 100 Blossom style. Perhaps they wouldn't take advantage of the special effects of the attacks to the peak like he did. But for Spitfires, how dazzling the offensive was became an important metric for gauging strength. Zhang Xuan, this unmotivated guy, was currently playing an unusually dazzling game. He had always been viewed as the best Spitfire player after Zhang Jiao, and he'd even had the opportunity to go to 100 Blossoms to fill the gap that had been left by Zhang Jiao's retirement and become that team's core. But Zhang Xuan's unmotivated personality led him to reject that kind of invitation. And not long after that, another Blue Rain player, Yu Feng, left for 100 Blossoms. As a berserker, he lifted up this team. So these two teams still ended up completing this kind of exchange. Because of his lack of motivation, Zhang Xuan had suffered more than a bit of criticism, but he never minded the opinions of the outside world. There was no ambition in his chest. He never cared about how important he was, how much people looked up to him, how much they expected from him. But now Zhang Xuan resolutely focused all of his spirit, because the situation they faced now was extremely dire. If their healer was really dragged into the wind zone by Fang Rui and Steamed Bun, saving him would become extremely difficult and they would lose the initiative completely. But this, by itself, wasn't enough to force Zhang Xuan to focus. What really caused him to focus was the fact that, in such critical moments, he didn't want to let his teammates down. Yes, he was an unmotivated person, but his Blue Rain teammates accepted his personality. They allowed him to be lazy sometimes. They allowed him to bring that dull, listless performance sometimes, where others would be grinding their teeth in frustration. This wasn't to say that Blue Rain was really that casual. This was all because Blue Rain's players, always had faith in Zhang Xuan's judgment. Laziness, listlessness. Whenever Zhang Xuan displayed these traits, it was always during irrelevant moments. But anytime things were at a crucial point, this guy would always rush forward with a how stressful on his tongue. He had never dropped the ball before. His teammates accepted him, and Zhang Xuan wasn't someone who couldn't tell good from bad. He always repaid everyone's acceptance. He understood that, standing on this battlefield, he wasn't fighting just for himself. Sometimes he could give up without a care, but the team couldn't, his teammates couldn't. And so he would continue to walk with everyone. In the end, he lived up to the trust everyone had in him. Unmotivated. If this was truly a competition where everyone only strove for individual honor, Zhang Xuan probably would have been eliminated from this circle long ago. But glory was a team project. It wasn't a single-player game. It wasn't that Zhang Xuan lacked motivation. It was that his motivation needed to be inspired from different sources, such as, for his teammates, for the team, for him, paying enough trust would earn the deepest repayment. And Team Blue Rain had done exactly this. Charge! Seeing Zhang Xuan control Bullet Rain, Blue Rain's fans exploded with cheers. At crucial moments, no one could slack off. The audience, the players, including Happy's players. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim was forcefully holding back Huang Xiaoshan and Lu Hanwen both. Su Mucheng's launcher was preventing Yu Wenzhou's Suixar from casting a single curse. Weren't Happy's players putting their all into seizing this opportunity firmly? Fang Rui told Steamed Bun to ignore the attacks from Bullet Rain. But could they be ignored? Freezing Bullet, Flash Bullet, Electric Grenade, Implosion Grenade Spitfires were not a class that only dealt damage. They had great crowd control. And attacks that had controlling effects simply could not be ignored. When Fang Rui said to ignore them, Happy's fans were scared to death. They thought, how could they be ignored? And Steamed Bun's answer, how smart, only frightened them even more. These two conducting their kidnapping, they were really audacious to the extreme. They really dared to ignore him. Bullet Rain poured down, everything was coming to a head, and these two audacious fellows didn't disappoint, they really dared. Go, 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 go. Steamed Bun shouted in the chat, and as he shouted, he furiously unleashed punches and kicks upon Soul Speaker. Su Jinxi understood the current situation. He didn't have much means of fighting back, but he could put up a resistance. Throw here, Fang Rui suddenly called in the chat. Steamed Bun, who liked to complain, didn't bother to say anything this time. He lifted up Soul Speaker and swung. Fling. Even though it was a grappler skill, it was a sub-level 20 skill, so all fighters could learn it. None of the 4 fighter subclasses would completely neglect this kind of forceful grab skill. Compared to the grappler, which had its grab-strengthening classing skill, the other 3 classes couldn't use the skill to the same effectiveness. but the skill could still throw the target, living up to its name. Soul Speaker flew. Plate armor wasn't light in weight, added to the fact that steamed bun invasion's fling was only so strong. His flight wasn't long, he'd only just flown out of steamed bun invasion's hands before it looked like he was about to land. But Fang Rui's boundless sea was already ready to catch him. Fling relay, Pan Lin exclaimed. It's still not enough, Li Yibo said. Even if they tried to relay throw him, they were still too far from the wind zone. Boundless Sea's fling was even weaker, because the Chi Master's strength was a bit less than the Brawler's. But at that moment, a grenade landed right behind Boundless Sea as he was grabbing Soul Speaker. The grenade cracked and split in two, and a powerful force began to draw in the surrounding air. Implosion, Pan Lin once again exclaimed. Instantly, he understood. They thought that it wasn't enough because they only saw what was in front of them. Fang Rui thought that it was enough because he saw the whole situation. He saw that Bullet Rain had thrown an implosion grenade their way, and he was going to use the momentum brought by this implosion grenade. The airflow drew everything inward, sending the plants scattering. Boundless Sea, right next to the grenade, was instantly sent flying by the grenade, but his two hands were still gripping Soul Speaker. This was a priority that the implosion grenade couldn't break. Fly out. The two characters flew out together. Exclamations sounded throughout the crowd of Blue Rain fans who were all thinking, "It's over, it's over. Don't underestimate me." But at this moment Zhang Xuan didn't say his catchphrase, "How stressful," but instead exploded with this shout. Bullet Rain changed direction, chasing the two characters flying through the air, madly going after them. Those dazzling explosions upon the ground were now aimed into the air, exploding non-stop next to Boundless Sea and Soul Speaker. What godly gun technique! Everyone was shocked. Because the two characters were stuck together by the grab, they flew a bit more slowly from the explosion than they otherwise would have. But to focus fire completely upon the trajectory they followed, thoroughly bombarding their bodies, how many people could do what Zhang Xuan did? The applause swallowed the Blue Rain Stadium. Zhang Xuan, this person who never had motivation, now displayed such a thrilling performance at this crucial moment. It surprised everyone. It raised everyone's spirits. And were these attacks just to deal damage? Of course not. The implosion sent them flying quickly. Zhang Xuan's attacks chased after them quickly. Everything happened in an instant. But the trajectory of the two flying characters under Bullet Rain's attacks was changed. It was clear to see that the two stuck-together characters wouldn't land in the wind zone. Even if Boundless Sea tried to fling now, there was no way he could send Soul Speaker into the wind zone. The applause became even more enthusiastic, so much that no one noticed a gunshot that was separate from Bullet Rain's mid-air firing, a gunshot that was different from Dancing Rain's explosive artillery fire. With a gunshot, Bullet Rain's attacks were extinguished, and after that, Zhang Xuan saw a grenade fly past his sight, flying toward those two characters in the air. The type of the grenade clearly registered in Zhang Xuan's pupils. Implosion. A grenade he was incomparably familiar with. And its trajectory, no. Zhang Xuan desperately wanted to stop this grenade, but when he tried to control his character, Bullet Rain couldn't move. Of course, there was a reason why he couldn't move. Stun bullet. The earlier gunshot had been a stun bullet, stopping Bullet Rain's attacks for good. And after that, this implosion grenade flew outward. Zhang Xuan wanted to stop it but couldn't. Only with great effort could he move again, and he couldn't be bothered to figure out who had done all this. Bullet Rain lifted his gun, furiously trying to detonate that implosion grenade in midair. But it was too late. Perhaps the implosion grenade hadn't managed to fly to its most optimal position, but when it burst, it still accomplished the goal that Happy wanted. Whoosh! When the implosion grenade blasted open, there was this sharp sound of a twister. The two characters were still stumbling from their landing. One continued to stumble, while the other was picked up into the air again. Right now there wasn't a grab in effect, so that the implosion grenade only affected the opponent. Soul Speaker was sent flying once again, and the stumbling boundless sea simply rolled into a half-crouch. He didn't even bother to stand up straight. He chased after Soul Speaker, half-rolling, half-crawling. Behind him, Steamed Bun Invasion brandished his brick and aggressively followed. It's over. Zhang Xuan was in despair. At last, he had nothing left to stop this. That damned stun bullet, that damned implosion grenade, that damned guy. Zhang Xuan already knew who had orchestrated this whole thing. It was that person who, at any moment, even if he was being pincered by dual-blade masters Huang Xiaoshan and Lu Hanwen, could never be overlooked. That damned person. Ye Xiu, Lord Grimm. Chapter 1472, New Criminal Partners. Chapter 1472, New Criminal Partners. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. If looks could kill, Ye Xiu and his Lord Grimm would have been dead by now from the crowd. Despite pressure from Huang Xiaoshan's and Lu Hanwen's blade master duo, he was still able to find an opening at a crucial moment and complete Happy's plans. Wasn't that what it meant to be a core player? If the brilliant escape from formless Phantom Blade could be considered as just dodging an attack, then this time, Yu Wenzhou wouldn't be able to wave away the play as just landing an attack. Anyone could see how fatal it was for Blue Rain to have Soul Speaker flying away at this moment. Seeing Soul Speaker tumble helplessly towards the wind zone, Blue Rain's fans hated how they couldn't reach out with their hands to help him get back his footing. No one could stop it, though. The stadium was filled with sighs of despair. For Blue Rain, the outcome wouldn't just be the end of this match, but the end of Blue Rain's season. A powerhouse team making it into the playoffs was nothing noteworthy. They only had one goal, to be the champions. A season where they didn't win the championships was a failure for them. Were they actually going to fall in the quarterfinals of the playoffs? The match wasn't over yet, but Blue Rain's fans were already feeling pessimistic, because no one could stop it from happening. Yes, no one. But there was the wind. When Soul Speaker entered the wind zone, he faced against the wind. As a result, the resistive force of the wind slowed his air speed. Chance. Countless people cried out in their hearts, but in reality they had no idea if this was an opportunity. They suddenly noticed a difference in how they expected things to turn out, so they thought it was an opportunity. And it really was one. However, it was different from the surprise the spectators felt. Blue Rain's players had anticipated this possibility. Swiksar raised his staff. Boom, 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 Dancing Rain's artillery shells flew towards Swiksar. Suma Cheng wasn't going to mess up at a critical moment. Boom! Amidst the rumbling smoke from the explosions, Swiksar's staff was still flashing with a dark purple light. The curse hadn't been interrupted, meaning Dancing Rain's attacks hadn't hit. As the smoke dispersed, Troubling Rain's figure gradually appeared. Using your own body to block an attack was as stupid as it got. Perhaps because of how stupid it was, too many people would forget about this option. Huang Xiaoshan did such a stupid-looking action at this crucial moment. He had let Ye Xiu go and reach Swiksar's side to help block the incoming attacks. Ye Xiu didn't react slowly either. When Troubling Rain suddenly jumped away, he realized something. He didn't block Troubling Rain. Instead, he immediately attacked Swiksar. But he was too late. By the time Lord Grimm acted, Ye Xiu knew it was too late. When Huang Xiaoshan seized an opportunity, he wouldn't leave any openings behind. By the time Ye Xiu noticed Troubling Rain's movements and made a decision, it was too late. Troubling Rain had been hit and Swiksar was hit by Lord Grimm's attack. However, the curse went through. Hexagram Prison. Swiksar had unexpectedly cast a Hexagram Prison. To seal Boundless Sea. To seal Steamed Bun Invasion. These two characters looked as if they could continue their kidnapping of Soul Speaker, because the wind had stopped the kidnapping to reach its completion. Had Yu Wenzhou cast a hexagram prison to stop one of them? No. When the hexagram prison descended, the one locked into place by the 6 seals was Soul Speaker, Team Blue Rain's paladin. Everyone was startled, but understood soon afterwards. Anything sealed by hexagram prison would take no damage, and the prison could not be broken. There was only one way to dispel hexagram prison: wait until the duration of the curse ended. Even if the caster died, the prison would stay in existence. This was the difference between a warlock and a mage. Mages used mana and incantations to create magic. When the mage died, their magic would disappear as well. But warlocks used their mana to create a sort of contract. Even if the warlock died, the contract would still exist. Thus, the curse would last until the contract's conditions were fulfilled. The hexagram prison locked Soul Speaker, but it wasn't to seal him away, it was to protect him. Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion could attack Soul Speaker, but they would have no way to carry Soul Speaker out further into the wind zone. They could only wait on the side for these 10 seconds and wait for Team Blue Rain to rescue their healer. 10 seconds. That was how long Xuexar's hexagram prison lasted. Beautiful. Zheng Xuan was suddenly reinvigorated, after losing a lot of morale from Ye Xiu stopping his attacks. Bullet Rain raised his gun, but then he saw that Boundless Sea didn't dodge or let up. It was as if he couldn't see the hexagram prison as he crashed straight into it. Crash. When Boundless Sea touched the hexagram prison, the pillars of light entered his body. In the next instant, Boundless Sea was forcefully dragged inside the prison, right next to Soul Speaker. Without any hesitation, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea threw Soul Speaker to the ground. Soon afterwards, Steamed Bun Invasion also charged into the hexagram prison, locking himself up too. He stomped on Soul Speaker twice. The audience was dumbfounded. The old criminal partners consisted of Fang Rui's thief and Lin Jingyan's brawler. Their nickname mainly came from their classes. A thief and a brawler. If they weren't committing crimes, what were they doing? But looking at the 2 criminals in front of them, Fang Rui had switched to a Qi Master, which had 0 relationship with criminal activities. Steamed Bun Invasion was a brawler, but he was a rookie. However, the 2 of them together were truly criminal to the core. Soul Speaker had been thrown into the hexagram prison, and the 2 of them threw themselves in as well to continue beating him up. It was too evil, too immoral, too criminal. That was what the audience thought, but to Blue Rain's pro players, this was a tactic. Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion looked as if they were walking right into a trap, but in this way, no matter what Blue Rain did the instant the hexagram prison disappeared, these 2 would still be the closest to Soul Speaker. When that time came, the 2 would still hold the initiative. Would Team Blue Rain be able to immediately stop the 2 as soon as the hexagram prison went away? Probably not. Sima Cheng and Ye Xiu, one far one close, wouldn't make it easy for them. Team Blue Rain's players laughed bitterly. Yu Wenzhou even more so. He just couldn't get a handle on those 2. In any case, Blue Rain still needed to try. The 2 locked by hexagram prison had better not think about dodging any attacks. Among the 3 Blue Rain players who could reach them, just Zheng Xuan's Spitfire alone could cover both at once. However, just attacks alone wouldn't be able to split those 2 away from each other. Even if an implosion grenade was thrown, the 2 couldn't be thrown outside of the hexagram prison. Their movements would be locked down by hexagram prison. Right now, they couldn't do anything. The key moment would come the instant hexagram prison dissipated. Blue Rain's players knew the timing, but Happy probably did too. Data such as the duration of skills couldn't be hidden. 10. Zheng Xuan's Bullet Rain attacked. Xuexar continued to be suppressed by Dancing Rain. Huang Xiaoshan and Lu Hanwen continued to be blocked by Ye Xiu. 9. All of them moved towards the hexagram prison at the same time. 8. The same. 7. The same. 6. The crowd in the stadium went onto their feet. 5. Another second passed. 4. Troubling rain and flowing cloud suddenly switched positions. 3. Both blade masters used shadow steps simultaneously, instantly filling the field with 19 shadows. 2. All of the scattered shadows rushed towards the hexagram prison. 1. Lord Grim chased after them and caught the real flowing cloud. 0. Hexagram prison disappeared. In the end, Huang Xiaoshan was more experienced. His real body was able to escape from Lord Grim's entanglement. Meteor form. Ice rain swung forward, sword light flying. To stop a target, a skill with a forced knockdown was the most optimal choice. Chi wave shield. But Happy's 2 players were ready. Don't look at how much of a bully the 2 looked like while in prison. In reality, there was a lot of thought going into it. They had been counting the 10 seconds too, or at least Fang Rui was. A Chi wave shield was pushed out the instant the hexagram prison went away. The sword shadows fell onto the Chi wave shield. This skill covered a much smaller area, but its defensive capabilities were much higher than Chi guard. The entirety of meteor form was blocked by the Chi wave shield. Huang Xiaoshan wanted to follow with another attack, but Ye Xiu's Lord Grim had reached behind him. Huang Xiaoshan had paid too much attention to this end and neglected his back. Just when he was about to attack, troubling rain was suddenly launched into the air. Bang! With a falling flower palm, Lord Grim sent troubling rain flying and then chased after him. Huang Xiaoshan had been too focused on the main issue at hand and had neglected Ye Xiu. However, Ye Xiu had also neglected Lu Hanwen to deal with Huang Xiaoshan. As a result, the moment Huang Xiaoshan was sent flying, Lu Hanwen also sent Ye Xiu flying. Troubling rain flying outwards had interfered with Zhang Xuan though. He had saved up his cooldowns previously. Now he had fired out all sorts of special bullets with CC effects. Suddenly, a wild troubling rain appeared. Glory had friendly fire off, but attacks couldn't just magically teleport past an ally. Huang Xiaoshan was trying to control his character to not interfere with Zhang Xuan's offense, but many of the attacks still hit troubling rain. These attacks suddenly became like faulty goods, snuffed out without any effects coming out. On the other side, when Lu Hanwen had flowing cloud hit Lord Grim flying, he had done it with intention, sending Lord Grim crashing towards boundless sea and steamed bun invasion. But just as Lord Grim was sent flying away, the myriad manifestations umbrella above his head went kakaka into rotor wings, and Lord Grim flew away on his own. Chapter 1473, Learning from the Opponent. Chapter 1473, Learning from the Opponent. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami data data data. The sound of the rotor wing was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. To Blue Rain's people, it sounded like cruel, mocking laughter. The situation had gotten to this kind of unsavable point. Soul Speaker was abducted into the wind zone by those 2 fighters, and Lord Grim was using rotor wing to fly that way as well. Su Macheng's Dancing Rain was a long-range attacker, standing at relatively safe position, and Wenyi had also long since controlled little cold hands to circle around from afar, preemptively destroying any thought Blue Rain might have had at a healer exchange. There was no other way. Only one path was left to Blue Rain: enter the wind zone against the wind. But as the ones who had chosen this map, Blue Rain knew better than anyone else how unfavorable fighting upwind in this gale wind zone would be. Would knowing the disadvantages allow them to avoid the risk? Things clearly weren't that simple. But facing such a severe situation, Blue Rain didn't panic. In their chat, message after message from Captain Yu when Joe jumped onto the screen. Crippled hands, that was only relative. Crippled hands in the professional circle would still be at the top among ordinary gamers. The instructions were methodically issued, and without any hesitation, Blue Rain's players began following directions. Fighting directly upwind absolutely could not work. Huang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuan, one left and one right, circled around from the 2 sides, echoing the hook Fang Rui had taken at the very beginning. They couldn't leave the center path empty either, though. Lu Hanwen's greatsword blade master Flowing Cloud took charge. But the true main attacker of this arrangement was Yu Wenzhou's Suixar. Curses. Only Suixar's curses wouldn't be affected by the gales. That was to say, he himself suffered no disadvantages from fighting upwind. And so Suixar immediately began to cast. Every second they were slow here, their healer soul speaker would take one more second of attack. Doubt, hesitation, consideration, none of that belonged to Blue Rain right now. The guidelines to their actions right now consisted of only one word: fast. Quickly disrupt them from the front, quickly have two characters circle around from the left and right. Happy, of course, wouldn't sit and watch Blue Rain arrange their pincer formation. Dancing Rain opened fire first, aiming her cannon at Suixar. Su Macheng was always closely paying attention to the movements of the character that Yu Wenzhou controlled. Boom! The shell exploded, but Suixar continued casting, uninterrupted. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud had stepped up, using his greatsword Flame Shadow to directly knock aside the shell. The shell exploded upon impact. Suixar was perfectly protected, and Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud had only suffered a little bit of damage from the airflow of the explosion. But this one moment of cover clearly wasn't enough. What Yu Wenzhou was controlling Suixar to cast evidently wasn't one of the small spells that could be completed in an instant. It's all up to me. Lu Hanwen, this child player who had joined the alliance at age 14 and who hadn't yet reached age 16, was already incredibly used to taking up this kind of heavy responsibility on the battlefield. From day one of Blue Rain lifting him into the first-string roster, they dropped him in this position. And this was what had formerly been Yu Feng's position, bold and ringing, the head of Blue Rain's train. A fledgling child became Team Blue Rain's attack leader. In the beginning, many people didn't understand Blue Rain's arrangement and even called it insane. But Lu Hanwen's performance swiftly silenced those voices. Looking at him, some even saw the alliance's shining future. Lu Hanwen himself never thought that much. In the beginning, he was just excited at being able to stand on stage, a pure and simple excitement. A burden to shoulder, the expectations of too many people. All that a 14-year-old child could feel of these things was haziness. No one deliberately pointed these out to him. And so, in this haze, Lu Hanwen began his professional career. He won in this haze, he lost in this haze. He cried in this haze, he laughed in this haze. And thus gradually, the haze dissipated, and he began to sense that standing on the battlefield wasn't merely a proof of ability, but an inheritance of responsibility and obligation. He needed to inherit all that the Blue Rain players who had stood in this position before him had carried. The 14-year-old child didn't retreat at all. It was as though he had found a new and intriguing toy as he began to taste this all. But this certainly was no toy. This was certainly much heavier than a child's imagination. And for this, Lu Hanwen had cried the tears of regret. The tears washed over him, allowing him to grow. Even though he was only in his teens, Lu Hanwen was a true man. Every time he cried, he only became stronger and more determined. And now he carried this upon his shoulders with no turning back. He was no longer in the haziness of before. He had the courage, he had the faith to carry this all. It's up to me, Lu Hanwen firmly told himself. He did not want to again spill tears of regret after playoffs. Flowing Cloud closely guarded Suixar. He didn't miss any attack angle that could potentially interrupt Suixar's casting. At this moment, there were no seniors to help him. It was all up to him. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, the person most focused on this area was still Su Macheng. After the attack that Lu Hanwen had blocked, Dancing Rain unleashed the 3 shots of an anti-tank missile. 3 shots in a row, it'll be difficult, but I can't miss a single one. Lu Hanwen welcomed this challenge. Flowing Cloud stepped forward and his sword slashed out. A greatsword wasn't as nimble as a lightsaber. Flowing Cloud's slash was heavy, unchanging, but the character's position, the timing of the attack, the character attacking were all controlled extremely well. Boom, first shot. Boom, second shot. The blade flashed forward, breaking two of the shots and then stopped in the air. Boom, the third shot exploded. Lu Hanwen had incredible eyesight and reaction speed. This he had just displayed in the hazy forest of the group arena. But this one slash detonating all three cannon shots still incited a full stadium of applause. But it wasn't over yet. In the wind zone, Fang Rui and Steamed Bun were fighting 2v1 against a healer. How busy could they be? Seeing that Yu Wenzhou was coming to disrupt him head-on, they prepared for the enemy. And seeing that someone was guarding him, even blocking the cannon fire from dancing rain, they of course would cooperate to attack him. Chi Bullet. Boundless Sea's palm pushed forward. Interrupting a skill didn't need a lot of damage, as long as the skill was fast enough. For a Chi master, a Chi bullet could be sent out with one push, so of course it was the most convenient choice for this. But this kind of low-damage skill was much appreciated by the one guarding Shuxar. Lu Hanwen had just finished dealing with Sima Cheng's attack when he saw Boundless Sea slapping a Chi bullet in this direction. Without even thinking, Flowing Cloud stepped to Shuxar's other side and directly used his body to block the Chi bullet. A lowest-level skill, how much damage could there be? Damn it! Fang Rui wasn't polite as he expressed his frustration in the match chat. These disruptive attacks were all blocked by Lu Hanwen. But Shuxar still hadn't finished casting, so his duty was yet unfinished. Both sides readied more attacks, and on another side, and Wenyi wasn't idling around either. Little Cold Hands joined as well, lifting her cross facing Shuxar and swinging it left and right like a pendulum. Hypnosis. And Wenyi, taking advantage of the fact that no one was disrupting him on his end, actually also began a very intensive spell. He was trying to get Shuxar to stop his work entirely. Lu Hanwen saw it, but he really could do nothing about it. A cleric's hypnosis had a long cast time, so if he wanted to stop it, he had to do it now. If the interrupt wasn't successful, then it would land upon the target with 100% guarantee. But Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud wasn't any long-ranged attacker, and Wenyi had quite cunningly positioned Little Cold Hands in a position that wasn't nearby. Interrupting Little Cold Hands was truly outside the range of Lu Hanwen's ability. Was this it? Was he once again unable to help the team in their most dire moments? Gunshot. Little Cold Hands' swinging of the cross instantly stopped. The interrupt was successful, and there was only one person on Blue Rain's side who could use gunner attacks, Zhang Xuan. In the team round, you are never alone on the battlefield. Lu Hanwen thought of his captain's words and felt fortunate, felt proud. Their Blue Rain was just this kind of team, accepting the unmotivated Zhang Xuan, accepting the chatterbox Huang Xiaoshan, accepting the slow-handed captain. And he, this fledgling, inexperienced kid, wasn't he also accepted by everyone? Accepting each other, covering each other's weaknesses, Blue Rain came together into a cohesive whole. When Lu Hanwen lamented that he wasn't enough, his teammate easily helped him take care of the problem. Zhang Xuan helped Lu Hanwen deal with this problem, and Lu Hanwen himself was still helping his captain deal with a problem. Zhang Xuan succeeded, and so, shortly after, he succeeded as well. The cast was complete. Purple-black light flashed at the tip of the scepter. Death's door. With such a long cast time, the audience had guessed early on what this skill probably was. And now that Shuxar had finally completed the cast, nothing could stop it. Death's door, erected into the void, didn't suffer any disruption from the wind zone. The Death's door and the gale were like two dimensionally separate objects encountering each other, but each existing in its own world, unable to interact with each other. It and the wind were on separate dimensions, but with Boundless Sea, with Steamed Bun Invasion, with Lord Grimm, it was on the same plane. And so when a character crashed into the Death's door, It immediately unleashed all of its demonic power, attempting to swallow this guy into nothingness. Of course, it couldn't actually swallow this character. This was just how the skill would deal its final damage. Under the gazes of the silent and shocked audience, the death's door trembled, and along with the character that had crashed into it, shattered into a mess of purple-black light and shadow. The death's door vanished. What shocked everyone was that such a fast method of dealing with the death's door was the exact same method that Yu and Zhou had used in the last team round, against Wei Chen's death's door. In this match, Happy had already learned and copied it. Chapter 1474, Can't Waver. Chapter 1474, Can't Waver. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. Death's door disappeared, having quickly fulfilled its destiny. Amidst the light of the disappearing death's door, looking as if it intended to devour everything, the one who fell was Lord Grimm. Ye Xiu had copied what Yu and Zhou had done, but when everyone thought on it, they couldn't understand how this had happened. This was because the situation Happy was facing was different from what Yu and Zhou had been met with. When Yu and Zhou was up against the death's door, there was only one target in range, his Swiksar. So, when Swiksar collided with the death's door ended. But now, it wasn't just Lord Grimm within reach of this death's door. There was also Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion. You could even say that the intended target of this attack was Boundless Sea and Steamed Bun Invasion. Under these circumstances, there was no reason for Death's Door to disappear after catching only one of its targets. "What's going on?" Pan Lin questioned, recovering from his shock. "How strange," Li Yibo tagged on, not having any intentions to try and explain this. He couldn't figure it out either. Never mind those two, even Yu and Zhou, a god-level warlock player, was puzzled at the disappearance of the Death's Door. In fact, due to his familiarity with the skill, it was even weirder for him. How did this Death's Door disappear? Was there some unknown characteristic of Death's Door that all these players didn't know of? In this moment, Yu and Zhou suddenly thought of their senior, their old captain, Wei Chen, now a member of Happy. Wei Chen was definitely one of the very first amongst warlock players, or even players in general. He had persisted for 10 years, an amazing achievement. After all, Wei Chen hadn't been a pro player for large majority of those years, just a normal player. It was perfectly normal for a normal player to get tired of a class and switch. It was truly rare for a normal player to remain playing the same class for 10 years. At that point, it was true love. For their old captain Wei Chen, it really was true love for the warlock. So perhaps, this unknown characteristic of Death's Door was something he discovered. As for Ye Xiu, he was just using Wei Chen's discovery and taking advantage of the bug to end the Death's Door early against the skill's design. No. It wasn't against the skill's design. They had probably used a detail of the design that no one else knew about. What was it? Though Yu and Zhou was curious, there wasn't any point in agonizing over it now. Today's match had given him all too many questions. Yu and Zhou still hadn't figured out how Ye Xiu had managed to pinpoint so accurately where to set the shadow trap. However, he didn't hesitate due to this confusion. If Death's Door didn't accomplish his aims, then he'll just use another. Shadow Flames. An ember of dark purple flames leaped out from Curse of Destruction. Yu and Zhou didn't use any more large-scale spells like Death's Door. After all, it was unfair to expect Lu Hanwen to cover him all by himself. Thankfully, Zhang Xuan passed by and helped out a bit, but now, Huang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuan were both far away, having gone around the flanks. They couldn't help out over here anymore. Swiksar's casting had to sync with the rhythm-flowing clouds was setting. Shadow Flames was successfully cast, the dark purple flames flickering. When this skill hit, then the target would take damage over time. Each tick of damage would interrupt casting. Thus, this ball of flame was thrown at Boundless Sea. No matter how dirty Fang Rui played his Qi Master, he couldn't escape the fact that many of the Qi Master's skills required casting. If Boundless Sea let it hit, then his attacks would be restricted. If he dodged, then he would give Su Jingxi an opening and chance. A healer under siege was restricted to just waiting to be saved. He was using his own methods to struggle, trying to find an opportunity. Now, an opportunity had come. Fang Rui was unwilling to be CC'd by Shadow Flame and immediately had Boundless Sea dodge. Yu Wenzhou's choice of target was very clear and thought out. He had a clear view of the situation. Making Fang Rui dodge would be able to give an opening. Thus, Shadow Flame flew out, Boundless Sea dodged, and Su Jingxi immediately understood, his heavily armored paladin taking one step this way. One step, just one step. As Soul Speaker managed this step, his back suddenly tensed before his body was thrown into the air. Circle swing. Lord Grimm, who had fallen in the explosion of Death's Door, had stood up again and returned to crush the hope that Blue Rain just saw. Crash. Soul Speaker was slammed into the ground. "Where do you think you're running, brat?" Steamed Bun yelled into the chat. His tone, demeanor, it was like he didn't know he was a rookie. "I would have been fine even without your help," Fang Rui suddenly said. "Huh," Steamed Bun replied. "Not you, Steamed Bun," Ye Xiu typed a reply as fast as he could. Though he knew that Fang Rui was talking to him, but if they let Steamed Bun misunderstand, then things would go downhill very fast. "We're counting on you, Steamed Bun." Fang Rui also broke out into cold sweat, hurriedly pitching in and making sure that Steamed Bun was focused and happy. "You can count on me." Steamed Bun was delighted, and Steamed Bun Invasion quickly pinned Soul Speaker and gave him a beating. Tyrannical Chain Punch was sent out like some sort of low-level skill, very wastefully unleashed onto Soul Speaker. Ye Xiu and Fang Rui's hearts calmed. Let him be as wasteful as he wants. It's better than going completely out of it. It's all up to you. Ye Xiu once again made sure Steamed Bun focused, but his words had a second meaning. Fang Rui understood, knowing that Ye Xiu was actually talking to him. As for Steamed Bun, the other cheerfully gave an acknowledging reply. Fang Rui didn't dare tell him the truth of the matter. Lord Grimm was originally in the windy zone, but now he charged out with a tailwind. Lord Grimm didn't go after troubling rain on the right or bullet rain on the left, instead charging directly at Swiksar. Swiksar, who only had flowing clouds protecting him. Charge, shining cut. 2 skills, 1 change of direction. Swiksar's skill was dodged, but Flowing Cloud's greatsword Flame Shadow was already crashing towards Lord Grimm's head. Collapsing Mountain. Without Huang Xiaoshan there to cover him, Lu Hanwen's Collapsing Mountain wasn't executed so wildly, instead more reserved, in a way that gave him the ability to advance and attack or retreat and switch as he needed. However, there was no switching so quickly. Lu Hanwen could only keep up with Lord Grimm with his view. Just as the Collapsing Mountain was about to hit, Lord Grimm turned once again. Colliding Stab. With another movement skill, Lord Grimm brushed right past the Collapsing Mountain. Lu Hanwen wanted to change the direction of his slash, but he couldn't make it in time. He had never felt encumbered by Flame Shadow's slow speed. Though he was just a young teen, Lu Hanwen liked this sturdy weight. Every strike, every hit had him feel content and satisfied. But now, when this strike hit the ground heavily, his heart felt exceptionally empty. Seeing Lord Grimm's colliding stab dart under his Collapsing Mountain and striking true at Swiksar, the captain he had been protecting, Lu Hanwen, for the first time thought to himself, if only this sword was a little bit faster. He was wavering. This determined, optimistic, and hardworking young man was helpless in this crucial moment, and finally began to doubt his choice of wielding his greatsword. Where's your mind wandering off to, huh? Focus, focus, focus. That was when Blue Rain's team chat was suddenly flooded with these words. Huang Xiaoshan was the only one who spoke or typed like that, but focus. The audience was thinking to themselves, there wasn't anyone not focusing. In their eyes, Blue Rain's players were all very focused and doing their best. Although Lu Hanwen failed to stop Lord Grimm and Yu Wenzhou failed to avoid the attack, they were definitely paying attention. They were focused and doing their best. Who's not focused? Pan Lin was also asking. Thus, Li Yibo's attention wavered as he realized he couldn't answer. It was happening again. Whenever the match was at its most intense, there would be more he didn't understand. Lu Hanwen's face burned. Everyone else was confused, but he was more than clear on the fact that it was him Huang Xiaoshan was telling to pay attention. It wasn't saying that he failed to stop Lord Grimm because he wasn't paying attention. But after he failed, there was a moment of hesitation, a moment where he wavered and doubted. It was just an instant, but Huang Xiaoshan saw right through him. Lu Hanwen was ashamed of himself. Protect Captain Swiksar. In the past, that was always Huang Xiaoshan's responsibility. Thus, Blue Rain used a strategy where Swiksar was bait and Huang Xiaoshan executed a sneak attack to deal a crippling blow. This time, taking into consideration that it might be harder to move around in these windy zones, the job of protecting the captain was passed to him. And what did he do? After failing to block his opponent's assault, he had began to waver. And this instant had Huang Xiaoshan taking notice. This might be because he never wavered. He made mistakes and failed to protect Swiksar sometimes, but Huang Xiaoshan had never, ever wavered. His tendency to ramble had been pointed out again and again over these years, but when had he ever hesitated and decided to change? Okay, that wasn't the best example, but Lu Hanwen felt Huang Xiaoshan's determination through the other, noticing his own wavering. There was no wavering, you can't waver. Take your choice with you to the end. Ha! The greatsword switched directions, cutting through the wind with a sound like Lu Hanwen's inner roar. Flowing clouds slashed at Lord Grimm, determined. Boom, 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 boom. Cannon fire blocked his way. Dancing rain had begun to support Lord Grimm from afar. Lu Hanwen's rescue mission had suffered a setback, but now he had readjusted his state of mind. Lu Hanwen never lacked courage. What he lacked was the calm that their captain Yu Wenzhou conducted himself with, the cold determination Huang Xiaoshan displayed. And right now, he didn't rush into things and use up all his energy. He carefully surveyed the situation, contemplative. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Happy's healer, Little Cold Hands, was really close. Chapter 1475, Steady. Chapter 1475. Steady translator, Namyami editor. Namyami. From realization to decision, Lu Hanwen was resolute. He abandoned his captain Swiksar with no hesitation and rushed towards Little Cold Hands. Triple slash, shadow steps. Two skills were used one after the other. The shining arcs from triple slash had yet to disappear, when flowing clouds split into several shadows which spread throughout the field. In an instant, Little Cold Hands was tightly surrounded. Oh, 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 the crowd cheered. Everyone had been worried about Swiksar's safety, but Lu Hanwen decisively gave up on his captain and pounced towards Happy's healer. What will the outcome be? There was no time to think about it carefully. It was just that usually when a pro player did something unexpected, it would turn out to be a brilliant, godly play. Hua, 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 hua. Wild applause followed soon afterwards. After getting trapped by shadow steps, Little Cold Hands was indeed helpless. Lu Hanwen could perfectly control 7 shadows to the extent that not even a glory senior player could quickly distinguish the real from the fake. How could a rookie like Nwenyi do so? Even so, Lu Hanwen was completely focused on his playing. He didn't underestimate or look down on Team Happy's so-called weak point. The purpose of shadow steps was to confuse the opponent, but the true aim of his play was to land an attack. The course of events from triple slash to shadow steps to flowing cloud attacking took place in the span of merely 1 or 2 seconds. When Flowing Cloud's greatsword, Flame Shadow, cut Little Cold Hands, the afterimages from the sequence could still be seen. When Little Cold Hands was knocked to the ground from the attack, the applause became even more thunderous. From the audience's perspective, Lu Hanwen had successfully accomplished his goal with that strike hitting, but artillery fire arrived shortly afterwards to rescue Wenyi. Sima Cheng's dancing rain had been circling around the edges of the area the entire time. Every point on the battlefield was within her range. Lu Hanwen's decision had been too sudden, and Sima Cheng hadn't been able to react in time to it, which was why her support only came now. Lu Hanwen wasn't surprised. He had expected Sima Cheng's launcher to try to stop him. Her screen cannon tactic was an important point that Team Blue Rain had emphasized during their match preparations. However, at this distance, Lu Hanwen was confident that he could lock down Little Cold Hands while dodging Dancing Rain's attacks. After all, his target was a cleric without any combat threat, making it much easier for him to deal with. Flowing Cloud dodged as he swung his sword at Little Cold Hands. Lu Hanwen was mainly focused on Sima Cheng's attacks. As long as he wasn't disrupted by her, he could pin down Happy's healer without a problem. In that case, Happy should send more people to rescue him. No. That was Lu Hanwen's plan. Their healer, Soul Speaker, was also in Happy's hands, but Huang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuan were going to rescue him. Even if Happy wanted to trade healers, they would need to make some adjustments to the current situation. The easiest and most effective way was for Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm to change targets to Lu Hanwen. Lu Hanwen didn't neglect Lord Grimm. Since this was the most likely outcome, he obviously wouldn't let the opportunity go by. He would use it to give Blue Rain the initiative, which was exactly what they needed. But no movement. Lord Grimm didn't make any changes and continued to attack Swaksar. Swaksar was a warlock. His close combat capabilities were better than healers, but it was still very limited. What's more, Yu Wenzhou's crippled hand speed against Ye Xiu's unspecialized blitz. Lu Hanwen didn't want to think about it. If he thought about it any longer, he felt like he would be disrespecting his captain. But if Ye Xiu wasn't concerned about Lu Hanwen's side, did that mean he thought Sima Cheng was enough to resolve the problem? It looks like I'm not putting on enough pressure. I need to let Happy feel that just Sima Cheng alone won't be enough to get their healer away from me. Attack, continue attacking. Compared to before, Lu Hanwen's offense was bolder. It was as if he wouldn't let stop even if he died. But still no movement. Lord Grimm's attacks were still focused on Swaksar, not a single attack missing. Lu Hanwen wanted to see if Lord Grimm was ever looking towards his side, but the unspecialized offense was just too fast. His weapon just kept on transforming. Lord Grimm's positioning, posture, and movements would constantly change according to the weapon's transformations. Whenever he looked towards his side, was it a coincidence, or was he actually taking note of the situation there? Lu Hanwen didn't know, but he had just learned from first-hand experience. This time, he couldn't waver. If he let go of Little Cold Hands to rescue his captain, wouldn't that mean he was just wasting his time with those previous attacks? In a high-level competition, there was no place for wasted actions. Even if he had made the wrong choice, he had to take it all the way through and pave a path of blood through his mistake. Slash, slash, slash. Flowing Cloud attacked even more ferociously. Because of the greatsword in his hands, it sometimes felt like he was a berserker instead of a blade master. Coach Li, what are your thoughts? Pan Lin couldn't help but ask Li Yibo for his opinion again. There are a lot of different exchanges taking places. It's hard to make any definite conclusions, Li Yibo said. When you say exchanges, are you referring to Blue Rain's healer, Happy's healer, and Yu Wenzhou? Pan Lin said. Yes. At first glance, Blue Rain seems to be trading 2 for 1, but they're about to go rescue their healer. As for Happy's side, Sima Cheng is evidently not able to suppress Lu Hanwen alone. As a result, the outcome is dependent on Blue Rain's side. If Huang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuan are able to rescue Soul Speaker, the initiative will fall into Blue Rain's hands, Li Yibo analyzed. In other words, Huang Xiaoshan's and Zheng Xuan's performances are key, Pan Lin said. Yes, but what gave this opportunity to turn things around was Lu Hanwen's brave act. If not, even if Blue Rain was able to rescue Su Jingxi, it would just result in an even playing field. However, now, Blue Rain has a chance to establish the upper hand, Li Yibo said. Got it, Pan Lin nodded his head. The stream couldn't focus on the entire battlefield anymore since the battle had split into different sections. As the two commentators talked, the camera focused on what the two had determined to be the key area: Blue Rain's rescue operation towards Soul Speaker. Soul Speaker could persist for a long time. For one, he wore plate armor, so his defense was incredibly high. In addition, Su Jingxi was a tenacious player. If even a small opening appeared to heal or to buff his defense, he would immediately do so. Blue Rain was a team proficient at defense. As the healer, he was an expert at rescuing others and surviving in defensive situations. This guy's really annoying to deal with. Fang Rui let out a sigh, seeing Huang Xiaoshan's troubling rain and Zheng Xuan's bullet rain coming in from the sides of the wind zone. Don't worry, I'm here. Steamed Bun was full of confidence, although no one knew if that stemmed from actual confidence or from not knowing how serious the situation was. Enemy reinforcement has arrived, Fang Rui reminded Steamed Bun. You've got it, Steamed Bun played it down. You really make things sound so simple, Fang Rui coughed blood. The two weren't having much trouble bullying a healer, so the two had the time to chat. But the situation would soon turn more serious. Happy currently held the initiative because they had Blue Rain's healer as their hostage. However, if Blue Rain successfully saved their healer, not only would they lose their hostage, the hostage would turn into a powerful shield for the enemy. That would be bad. Pull him over this way, Fang Rui called out to Steamed Bun. I'll do what you say, Steamed Bun replied. Don't let the enemies figure out what we're trying to do, Fang Rui said. Switch channels, Steamed Bun asked. Okay. 11,111, Steamed Bun made his existence known in Happy's team chat. The Blue Rain fans were furious. Those two bastards were bullying their healer as they played around in the public chat. What do you mean don't let the enemies know our intentions? They were obviously just bluffing. The fans could see Happy's chat. No one answered Steamed Bun's 11,111. But at this moment, Happy's captain, the terrifying Ye Xiu, suddenly typed a single word: steady. Steady? Steady what? The current situation. If they could steady the current situation, Happy would make a 1-for-2 trade. That would obviously be great, but the question was, could they steady it? Huang Xiaoshan's and Zheng Xuan's invasion would turn the healer situation into a 3v2. That didn't seem to be something that could easily be stabilized. It was just one word, but it brought up a lot of speculation. Pan Lin couldn't avoid asking Li Yibo again for his opinions, which made Li Yibo want to hack his partner to death. Explaining this match was hard enough already. Now, Pan Lin wanted him to explain Ye Xiu's intentions. It was as if Pan Lin wanted to see him fall into a pit. Li Yibo cursed inwardly at Pan Lin, but on the stream, he had no choice but to give his view on the matter. Ye Xiu probably has some way to help out Fang Rui and Steamed Bun. Li Yibo basically said nothing. Some way to help out. There were a total of 5 characters on each team. The possible support could only come from one of them. Fang Rui and Steamed Bun were the ones who needed help, so that was 2 eliminated. And Wenyi was also someone who desperately needed help, so he could be eliminated too. Ye Xiu had Blue Rain's Yu Wenzhou in his grasp. He could let go of Yu Wenzhou to help Fang Rui and Steamed Bun, but that would also mean Blue Rain would have more help in their rescue operation too. Finally, there was Sima Cheng. Sima Cheng was best at providing support and coordinating with her teammates. What was she doing now? The broadcast director hastily searched for Sima Cheng's Dancing Rain. When the director found her, the director was startled. Dancing Rain's location, Dancing Rain stood at the far end of the field and there was no one else near her. As a result, the camera hadn't placed much focus on her. She was still a part of several battles, though. When Lu Hanwen had chosen to attack Little Cold Hands, her attempts to stop him had received some focus. Because she wasn't able to suppress Flowing Cloud, though, Suma Cheng kept on adjusting Dancing Rain's positioning, attempting to get closer. Now that the camera had switched to her, everyone could see were Suma Cheng's adjustments aimed towards Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud. No. She was planning on providing support to the central battle taking place in the Wind Zone. Chapter 1476, Protected Like a King. Chapter 1476, Protected Like a King. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Troubling Rain and Bullet Rain had made it to the edges of the Wind Zone. The two characters didn't enter it and head directly towards the three players in the middle. Instead, they continued to move forward. The length of distance traveled was according to the research Team Blue Rain had done on this map. If the two players had chosen to directly cut into the wind zone, they would be at a 90-degree angle with the strong winds. Even if they weren't facing against the wind, their movements would still be hindered. By moving a bit more forward, they could position themselves into a better angle and borrow the wind for support. The distance and the angle had been chosen by Blue Rain's players from their understanding of the gale in this wind zone. Troubling Rain and Bullet Rain came in from the left and the right, but they chose different angles of attack and distances. From their choices, it could be determined that the two players were at different distances from the three players inside the wind zone. As a result, they needed to attack from different positions. But at this moment, Suma Cheng's Dancing Rain appeared on this side of the battle. In theory, it didn't matter which player she picked to target, but Suma Cheng went for Huang Xiaoshan. With distance between them, launchers would obviously be more comfortable fighting against blade masters than Spitfires. The viewers had neglected Suma Cheng's movements because the camera hadn't focused on her much, but what about the players on the field? They could control where they wanted to look. This map didn't have fog either. Had they not noticed Suma Cheng's movements? Of course not. In reality, all of Team Blue Rain had noticed Suma Cheng's movements. But what could they do? Suma Cheng made clear her intentions, but no one on Team Blue Rain could do anything about it. Yu Wenzhou and Su Jingxi were trying to survive. Huang Xiaoshan and Zheng Xuan were responsible for breaking open the situation and could not slow down. What's more, if they went after Suma Cheng, they would have to move in the other direction. How could they have time to do that? Then, there was Lu Hanwen. He was the only one on Blue Rain who held the initiative, but he was the foundation for Blue Rain's comeback. He couldn't abandon his post either. Without any good options, Blue Rain could only watch as Suma Cheng effortlessly carry out her plan. In the end, Suma Cheng had targeted Huang Xiaoshan, making him feel even more helpless. The battle taking place in the wind zone had become a 3v3. Through their familiarity with fighting in the wind and support from their healer, Huang Xiaoshan and Zheng Xuan felt quite confident in themselves. This was also why they didn't feel too worried about Suma Cheng. Go in. Although Huang Xiaoshan and Zheng Xuan were on opposite ends of the wind zone, they had always been in coordination. They didn't enter the wind zone at the same time, but just entering the wind zone wasn't their end goal. Their goal was to coordinate with each other when it came time to attack. One in the front, one in the back. One early, one late. The two characters cut into the wind zone, drawing support from the blowing wind to move faster. Boom, boom, boom. On Huang Xiaoshan's side, artillery fire started being sent his way. So trigger happy, Huang Xiaoshan messaged as Troubling Rain rolled. Boom. The shockwaves from the explosions made him roll 3 times. Under the effects formed the wind, he almost couldn't stop. Ha ha, Suma Cheng responded with a smiley face to Troubling Rain's rolling. The viewers were dumbfounded. Dancing Rain had predicted Huang Xiaoshan's actions. The 3 anti-tank missiles had been fired towards where troubling rain rolled to. She had considered the wind into her calculations too. They could even see the 3 anti-tank missiles curve because of the strong wind. In the end, the missiles had accurately struck troubling rain. Huang Xiaoshan felt embarrassed at getting hit by the first attack. It couldn't be said that he had been too careless. He could only blame himself for being too familiar with the map. That roll had been instinctive. Because of the wind, he would naturally roll faster and farther, making it more effective for dodging attacks. But because he made the optimal choice, it had limited the possible mix-ups that could be made. Su Macheng had guessed it and predicted that Huang Xiaoshan would react in this way. The shockwave sent troubling rain rolling 3 times. Su Macheng seized the opportunity and had dancing rain move. The viewers saw it clearly. Right now, dancing rain had the tailwind advantage, while troubling rain had the headwind disadvantage. Everyone knew what this meant. Su Macheng had seized the most favorable position. No matter how familiar Huang Xiaoshan was with this map, he would still have a tough time. Su Macheng was no noob. Just being able to land that attack in these strong winds showed her knowledge of the winds. Sure enough, after Su Macheng got into position, she immediately had dancing rain attack. With assistance from the wind, her cannon fire was fast and fierce. The place, where troubling rain used to be, instantly became scorched earth. Huang Xiaoshan had troubling rain keep dodging, which he didn't find too difficult. But after a few steps, he made a realization. Why didn't it feel difficult? Because Su Macheng was intentionally leaving him openings to go towards. If he took those openings, of course he would find it easy. But if he went along with Su Macheng's arrangements, troubling rain would be pushed out of the wind zone, and his time here would have been wasted. "Don't count your chickens before they've hatched," Huang Xiaoshan typed as he moved. Triple slash. Sword light lit up in the wind. Huang Xiaoshan had planned on using it to initiate the fight with Fang Rui and steamed bun, but it looked like he had no choice but to use it now. The 3 rays of sword light looked like one due to the wind. Su Macheng chased after Huang Xiaoshan, but because of the changes in the wind, troubling rain's movements were difficult to grasp. Su Macheng had adapted somewhat to the strong wind, but not to the extent that Huang Xiaoshan had. She wasn't able to figure out exactly how the wind affected troubling rain. As a result, her attacks missed. With just a triple slash, troubling rain was able to escape from Su Macheng's firing line. It looked to be a simple maneuver, but it came from hours of practice on this map. Unable to catch him, Su Macheng wasn't dispirited. She continued to have dancing rain move, maintaining her positional advantage over troubling rain. Triple slash had to end eventually. The moment the 3rd slash came out, dancing rain began attacking again. How annoying! Huang Xiaoshan couldn't help but glance at Zheng Xuan's bullet rain. The two needed to hurry and convene. Bullet rain's range would allow him to restrict Su Macheng to a certain extent. Otherwise, if he kept on allowing Su Macheng to do as she pleased, he would be killed sooner or later, let alone be able to rescue Soul Speaker. Zheng Xuan noticed troubling rain looking towards him. He immediately understood what Huang Xiaoshan wanted. That side needed help. But he went along his current route. Bullet rain would be downwind from dancing rain. He would be at a disadvantage too. He needed to adjust his angle. Bullet rain had reached a position which he could attack, but he had to assist Huang Xiaoshan. As a result, he threw a grenade at Boundless Sea and steamed bun invasion, while searching for a better position to fight dancing rain. "It's up to you," Fang Rui suddenly typed into the chat. What now? Everyone was puzzled. Then they saw Boundless Sea grab Soul Speaker and throw him to the side, getting everyone out of the range of Bullet Rain's grenade. Then Boundless Sea turned around, assuming that incomparably ugly posture, and start moving in the wind. This bastard, Zheng Xuan, saw his actions. Fang Rui was planning on disrupting his plans. Whoever struck first would gain the upper hand. As a result, Zhang Xiu used the wind to his advantage and started firing at Boundless Sea. Qi guard. Boundless Sea had been attacking Soul Speaker, so he hadn't used any defensive skills. The bullets were all blocked by the Qi guard. Although the shield was quickly broken, Boundless Sea was able to use this time to move forward quite a bit. Moreover, by crouching low, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea was less affected by the headwind, so he moved faster than he normally did under these circumstances. "Leave this to me. Take care of him, steamed bun," Fang Rui typed in the chat. "Heh, I've been waiting for those words," Steamed Bun replied as if they had intentionally been going easy on Soul Speaker. In reality, that wasn't the case. The two hated Soul Speaker's full set of plate armor. If Soul Speaker had been a cleric instead, the two would have had a much easier time. 1v1. Su Jinxi's eyes lit up. 1v1, and he was against Steamed Bun, who would sometimes confuse himself. Su Jinxi suddenly saw hope of escaping without any help. Opening. Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly let out an opening. Su Jinxi was overjoyed. Just as Soul Speaker was about to rush out when he took his first step, he was suddenly met with a heavy blow, stopping him from moving. How? Su Jinxi was astonished. No matter how fast Steamed Bun was, he couldn't have attacked from that angle. He looked around and saw Boundless Sea finishing up a move. Qi Blade. It had come from Boundless Sea's Qi Blade. Su Jinxi felt gloomy again. Steamed Bun might have his weaknesses, but his teammates knew that, so they would look after Steamed Bun very seriously. As soon as Steamed Bun let out an opening, Fang Rui patched it up. No, not just Fang Rui. Su Jinxi was a healer and had excellent observational skills. He looked around and discovered that it wasn't just Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. Su Macheng's Dancing Rain and Ye Xiu's Lord Grim were all within range to provide assistance to Steamed Bun. This guy, how lucky, Su Jinxi thought to himself. How could he not? A rookie had 3 all-stars protecting him as if he were a king just because he would sometimes go off the rails. Happy was also a team that was good at making up for individual flaws. Su Jinxi suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu from Happy. Chapter 1477. Unable to break through. Chapter 1477. Unable to break through. Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami, Blue Rain's situation isn't looking good. Li Yibo may not be as observant as Su Jinxi, but if he dared to make such a conclusion, he must be quite confident in it. When the situation was ambiguous, Li Yibo would never say anything definitive. Pan Lin didn't follow up on the conversation. Blue Rain's situation isn't looking good. He could somewhat see it, but where should he begin? How Happy was playing chaotically. But when you looked at them now, the team was coordinating with each other beautifully. Happy's characters were scattered throughout the battlefield, yet they were all interlinked, making it seem like they were a whole. As for Blue Rain, Yu Wenzhou was being suppressed by Ye Xiu. Su Jinxi was being beaten up by Steamed Bun. Huang Xiaoshan was being suppressed by Su Macheng's cannon fire. And Zhang Xuan. Huang Xiaoshan and Su Jinxi both needed his support, but Fang Rui's Boundless Sea was blocking his way. Zhang Xuan had no easy way to help either player. The only person on Blue Rain with the initiative was Lu Hanwen. He had constantly been paying attention to the changes in the battlefield. He had thought that Huang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuan would quickly turn the tides in their favor, but to his surprise, both of them were stopped. If this continued, even if he killed Little Cold Hands, Ye Xiu would probably have killed off Yu Wenzhou by then, and Steamed Bun Invasion should have no trouble taking down Soul Speaker too. What should I do? Lu Hanwen had kept on reminding himself not to hesitate and to quickly come to a decision, but at this moment, he just didn't know what he should do. If he couldn't even find the right direction, hesitation wasn't something that he would come across. Perhaps believing that my seniors would be able to resolve the problem might be a better choice than making a proactive play. Lu Hanwen suddenly thought to himself. In that case, his best choice of action should be to kill Happy's healer Little Cold Hands as fast as possible. With this in mind, Lu Hanwen made his decision and focused on attacking little cold hands, Huang Xiaoshan, Zhang Xuan. In the end, these two were the only ones who could break open the situation. Shadow steps. Huang Xiaoshan saw an opportunity and used shadow steps. He didn't produce a lot of shadows, just 5. However, a smaller number of shadows allowed Huang Xiaoshan to control them more precisely. If the enemy couldn't tell which one was real or fake, then the enemy could only gamble on a 20% chance. Artillery fire focused towards one of the 5 troubling rains. For dancing rain's attacks to arrive so fast, it could be seen how decisive Su Macheng was. Was it because she couldn't determine which one was real, so she might as well use that time to make a wild guess? The viewers watching at home held these thoughts, but the live audience, they had Huang Xiaoshan's point of view on the big screen, and his point of view would be from the real body. As soon as shadow steps came out, everyone wanted to know which one was real, so they all looked at Huang Xiaoshan's point of view to determine it. Seeing the artillery fire come, all of Blue Rain's fans let out a gasp of surprise. Whether Su Macheng had guessed or not, in the end, her attacks were aimed accurately at the real troubling rain. But Huang Xiaoshan seemed to have anticipated this would happen. Troubling rain suddenly switched up the tempo. He responded predictably, which allowed troubling rain to escape from dancing rain's pursuit. In the public chat, Huang Xiaoshan left a smiley face. Shadow steps was a bait. Seeing Huang Xiaoshan's smiley face, Li Yibo realized the problem. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Huang Xiaoshan wanted Su Macheng to figure out the real one. By doing so, he knew how Su Macheng would respond, and he used that knowledge to react in a way that would make it difficult for Su Macheng to give chase. Pan Lin said. Exactly. Li Yibo nodded his head. As for seizing the right opportunity, for the king of opportunists, this wasn't a problem that needed to be worried about. He had grasped it perfectly. While Su Macheng was unable to do anything, troubling rain immediately cut towards steamed bun invasion. Suddenly, 6 pillars of light descended from the sky and formed a prison. Troubling rain was trapped by hexagram prison. Everyone was shocked. Blue Rain's fans felt their hearts shatter. Hexagram prison was a warlock skill. Besides Swiksar, only Lord Grimm could use this skill by attaching it to one of his weapon forms. The myriad manifestations umbrella could transform into a ninjato and dual blades, 2 Nightwalker class weapons. As a result, he could add on 2 Nightwalker skills. In the group arena, he had used a thief skill, Shadow Trap. And now he had used a warlock skill, Hexagram Prison. These 2 Nightwalker skills were put into great effect at extremely crucial moments. The addition of these 2 skills to his kit were worth their weight in gold. Lord Grimm's Hexagram Prison was only level 1, so it would only last 4 seconds. However, in the current tense situation, these 4 seconds seemed to last forever. Dancing Rain's artillery fire swept his way. Huang Xiaoshan turned his head resentfully as his view was instantly covered by the light and smoke from the explosions. The audience's line of sight shifted towards Lord Grimm. Hexagram Prison had a cast time. How could he have time to cast the curse while fighting with Yu Wenzhou? But when they looked, fine. Calling it a fight would be too much of a bias towards Yu and Zhou. It wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided humiliation. When they looked over, they saw Swixar in the air. Lord Grimm was using his umbrella's dual swords. He didn't even look at Swixar as his two arms swung backwards. The dual swords drew a flower in the air, sending Swixar back up into the air. This was the assassin's knock-up skill, leaping blade, and Ye Xiu even had the time to make it look pretty like a flower. Lord Grimm turned around. His umbrella changed shape again and the attacks continued. In the group arena, as soon as Ye Xiu was able to get close, Yu and Zhou was oppressed until his death. And in this team competition, a repeat of the same story was about to happen. He needs to be rescued. Even a noob could see that, and there were no noobs on the field. However, Huang Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuan couldn't help. Lu Hanwen. Although Lu Hanwen was determined to continue attacking Little Cold Hands, he wasn't dead set on it. As he attacked, he pulled his battle towards there. He hoped to keep Little Cold Hands in his grasp, while also finding an opportunity to help his captain. He wasn't dead set on his objective, and Ye Xiu wasn't either. How could Ye Xiu not notice that Lu Hanwen was trying to move over towards him? As a result, he moved Swixar away as well. There was no change in the situation. Huang Xiaoshan was trapped by hexagram prison and Su Mucheng's artillery fire. No choice, forcefully break through. Zhang Xuan went all out. Bullet rain rushed at boundless sea. He was going to charge through. Dazzling light covered his path. Zhang Xuan used attacks to protect himself and accompany him out of this pass. With the wind to his advantage, Zhang Xuan's charge carried even more momentum. Bullet Rain was like a fierce warrior as he rushed forward wildly. What can a Qi master do to stop me? Zhang Xuan carefully went over the possibilities in his head. He didn't have a 100% grasp of dealing with them, which why this was a gamble. Zhang Xuan had placed his bets, but he soon realized that his opponent wasn't playing the same game as him. It was like they were playing to see who would roll higher. After he threw down one dice, he unexpectedly saw the opponent throw 3 instead. Fang Rui's Qi master couldn't be thought of as a conventional Qi master. Zhang Xuan obviously knew that. When he made his calculations, he had considered the research they had done on Fang Rui, considering him as a dirty Qi master. At the same time, he didn't ignore the more common Qi master methods. Being able to think up all of these possibilities was due to Team Blue Rain having a Qi master as well, so the team members were rather familiar with the class. However, the ones who were most familiar with the class were Qi masters themselves. They thought they had a grasp of Fang Ryu's dirtiness, but when the time came, they realized that it wasn't enough. 1 dice, 2 dice, 3 dice. It was as if Zhang Xuan could see his opponent throwing dice after dice. By having 3 dice, he beat out his 1 dice despicably. Bullet Rain fell down to the ground. Another hope was crushed. Blue Rain's fans became even more nervous. A turnaround. Where was the turnaround? Blue Rain's players had done what they could, but Happy had crushed them all. What should I do? Lu Hanwen was unable to keep waiting. Their captain, Swixar, was already at red health. The thrashing that he was getting was no different than thrashing a healer. In fact, when trying to survive, healers could cast instant heals on themselves occasionally. But warlocks, grasping ghosts, they could heal themselves a bit by dealing damage with that move, but how could Ye Xiu let him cast a spell with such a long duration? Huang Xiaoshan, Zhang Xuan, they were too far away. Even if they could break and rescue Su Jinxi, Soul Speaker might not be able to rush over in time to heal Swixar. I'm the only one who can save our captain. 3 rays of light flashed as Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud dashed towards Lord Grimm with a triple slash. Ye Xiu didn't seem to want to give up on killing Swixar. He didn't retreat. He swung his umbrella in an attempt to block the attack. Clang! Greatswords were rather heavy. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm was forced back 2 steps from the blow. His umbrella stabbed towards the side, hooking onto the tumbling Swiksar. Circle swing. Swiksar was thrown towards Flowing Cloud. Flowing Cloud leaped back, his greatsword raised behind him ready to attack. Behind you, when Joe didn't bother controlling his character and typed into chat. Lu Hanwen was startled. There was no time to look. He had Flowing Cloud dodge. Kai, a white sacred fire erupted. If Yu Wenzhou hadn't reminded him, Flowing Cloud would have certainly been hit by it. Paladins were defenders, and clerics. Clerics played an offensive support role. Chapter 1478, Reinforced Iron Bones. Chapter 1478, Reinforced Iron Bones. Translator, Namiyami Editor. Namiyami with a cleric supporting from the side. Practically everyone thought of the same thing. Kill. Right now, relying on little cold hands healing, Ye Xiu was entirely capable of ignoring Flowing Cloud's attacks and focusing on Swiksar. Then what about Lu Hanwen? If he wanted to stop Ye Xiu, he would have to first use some attacks with strong effects. Only then could he interrupt Lord Grimm's offensive. In this high-level match, the current situation was so simple that any ordinary gamer could understand it. Blue Rain's fans were all clenching their fists and cheering on Lu Hanwen as hard as they could. But then Lord Grimm used a skill, instantly turning the hearts of Blue Rain's fans to ash. Reinforced Iron Bones. Within the fighter class, the striker skill Reinforced Iron Bones. A low-level skill, it granted a defense boost that wasn't anything special, but Reinforced Iron Bones had another effect. Super Armor. At this moment, this became the truly deadly killing move. Super Armor didn't help a character's defense at all, but it blocked the effects of almost any attack. At this moment, the only skills that could interrupt Lord Grimm's actions right now were those with grab priority. Blade Master. This class itself didn't have any grab skills, but they would often have one, the low-level Spellblade skill Wave Wheel Slasher. That was to say, if Lu Hanwen wanted to interrupt Lord Grimm's offensive, he could only use this one attack. A ray of white light had already enveloped Swiksar's body. Holy Commandment, a skill that increased the damage that the target took. Using it under circumstances where the target wasn't being attacked from all sides could be considered overkill. And right now, for Blue Rain, this was only pouring oil onto the fire. Swiksar didn't have much health to begin with, and with this 30% increase in damage, how long could he last? Lord Grimm began his offensive. Flowing Cloud began his offensive too. Formless Phantom Blade. At this moment, Lu Hanwen boldly controlled Flowing Cloud to release this powerful attack. Lord Grimm didn't dodge. He faced forward and continued his attack against Swiksar. Flowing Cloud's formless Phantom Blade landed slash after slash upon his body, sending blood droplets flying everywhere, but he paid it no mind. His health was plummeting, but no amount of damage would cause any kind of hesitation or interruption of his actions. This was the value of super armor. This might not be an equivalent exchange, but Ye Xiu didn't care. Because Lord Grimm would only lose a relatively large amount of health. What Swiksar would lose was his life. There's no way. This was what everyone thought. Even though there was the Wave Wheel Slasher, in such a simple, straightforward, choiceless space, there was no way it would pose any effective threat. Lu Hanwen probably had Flowing Cloud use Formless Phantom Blade because he felt helpless, and decided to use this chance to deal Lord Grimm as much damage as he could. Even the heavy greatsword Flame Shadow was fairly fast with the Formless Phantom Blade. When the opponent didn't defend at all, this Formless Phantom Blade of Lu Hanwen's landed slash after slash, and in the blink of an eye it had arrived at the final slash. The final slash, the most powerful one of the Formless Phantom Blade. But just as the swordlight of this most powerful slash flared, Ye Xiu suddenly stopped ignoring Lu Hanwen. The swordlight flashed and Lord Grimm rolled. Dodged. This slash Lord Grimm had actually chosen to dodge. He didn't mind temporarily stopping his offensive against Swiksar for this. He still wanted to dodge. He was making his killing less efficient. The Blue Rain fans all felt depressed. Ye Xiu controlling Lord Grimm to dodge this most powerful slash made them all hold him in contempt. But then, they watched as this sword light from flowing cloud that had missed its target looked like it was splitting apart the very air. Something that clearly wasn't just the slash of a sword cleaved the air and then vanished. Everyone gasped. This slash wasn't the final slash of formless phantom blade. It was a wave wheel slasher. Lu Hanwen hadn't given up at all. He had hidden the wave wheel slasher within the formless phantom blade to try and catch his opponent by surprise. But unfortunately, Ye Xiu had detected it. Why did he want to dodge this slash? Not because he had wanted to avoid the higher damage of this slash. The reason was simply that this slash truly would have interrupted Lord Grimm's offensive. The only effective attack missed. With this, hope was completely extinguished with not an ember remaining. But everyone was still wishing for a miracle, wishing for a miraculous turnaround. What if Ye Xiu made a mistake? He didn't. Not at all. Swiksar fell. And in the last moments before he fell, Yu Wenzhou gave his final instruction of this battle: save the healer, save the healer. Huang Xiaoshan and Zheng Xuan had already been rushing to save the healer, and Su Jingxi was the one currently being saved. Then naturally, this instruction was meant for Lu Hanwen. Flowing Cloud immediately turned his attack, and Ye Xiu, to kill Swiksar once and for all, didn't bother to stop him. Yu Wenzhou's final message was to subtly make use of a time gap. Before Swiksar fell, Lord Grimm couldn't move. But from the distance came cannon fire. Flowing Cloud had shifted targets, and so Dancing Rain shifted targets. And so, Lord Grimm shifted targets. Lord Grimm's attack stuck to Flowing Cloud, and Swiksar was ultimately killed by Dancing Rain's long-range attack. Yu Wenzhou's final instruction, the opening that had been obtained from the time gap, ultimately still fell upon his partner of many years, Huang Xiaoshan. And the most outstanding opportunist in the entirety of Glory did not miss this opening, the opening for which his close friend and partner of so many years had traded his life. From the winds, troubling rain rushed forward. A twister of swordlight swept toward Steamed Bun Invasion. Save the healer. Lu Hanwen had been given the instruction, but the one who ultimately came to fulfill it was Huang Xiaoshan. Troubling rain, unstoppable. Even if it could be stopped, what could be done? As long as Steamed Bun Invasion's offensive had a single interruption, Su Jingxi's soul speaker could be saved. Fang Rui dropped Bullet Rain, and Boundless Sea spun and rushed back. He was traveling downwind, but would he arrive in time? It was too late. No matter what, it was too late to block Troubling Rain. But Boundless Sea thrust his palm forward, sending a blast of chi toward Soul Speaker. And Steamed Bun Invasion didn't have any intentions of dealing with Troubling Rain. They were really going for the kill. They would definitely be interrupted, right? Seeing Troubling Rain sword energy, this momentum, everyone thought this way. But then they watched as Steamed Bun Invasion, Boundless Sea, the two characters' bodies suddenly shook as though their very bones had suddenly hardened. Once again, everyone was dumbstruck. Steamed Bun Invasion, Boundless Sea, the two characters had activated the same skill, the same one that Lord Grimm had just activated. Reinforced Iron Bones. The fighter classes Reinforced Iron Bones. Steamed Bun Invasion, Brawler, Boundless Sea, Chi Master. Of course they were fighters, of course they could easily learn the low-level striker skill, Reinforced Iron Bones. They wanted not the defense boost, but the super armor. Troubling Rain's sword could slice the skies, but so what? All he could use to interrupt the offensive was a wave wheel slasher. Bullet Rain could open fire with all he had, but so what? Those that exploded with knockback would have no effect against super armor. Flash Bullet, Freezing Bullet. The effects of these skills weren't blocked by super armor, but they wouldn't be able to settle the matter. reinforced iron bones. Of Team Happy's characters, 3 of them had reinforced iron bones. Had anyone noticed this point in the beginning? Number had anyone thought, when the battle reached this instant where everything would be decided, that these 3 low-level skills would explode at once, producing this kind of crude effect? Also, Number Soul Speaker fell. He had been suffering attack all this time. If not for his plate armor and tenacious self-recovery, he would have fallen even earlier than Swixar. Now, Blue Rain had lost 2 characters, one of which was their healer. Victory was already decided. Only the most loyal of fans would still cling onto hope of a miracle right now. On the battlefield, Blue Rain's players didn't give up. They were still fighting their hardest. This wasn't simply the victory or loss of a match. This was the victory or loss of an entire season. It wasn't over yet who could give up. But when nothing changed in the end, their efforts could only be viewed as a futile struggle. Perhaps in the years to come, their hard work here would be hand-waved as trash time. They'd lost. In their home game, they lost the group arena, they lost the team competition. The points didn't even need to be counted for this game. If not for Happy's fans in the West section, Xiaochuan Stadium would have been dead silent. They'd lost just like this. It had ended right before their eyes. But the stadium of Blue Rain fans couldn't believe the reality in front of them. An entire season of effort just like that was lost in the first round of the playoffs, in 2 matches. This summer had arrived too early, hadn't it? So early that people weren't used to it. The players from both teams walked out of their competitor booths, and the players who hadn't been playing joined their teammates on stage. Normally, when Wei Chen won at an away game, he loved to applaud and thank the crowd, the majority of which would be fans of the opposing team. Other players that did this might have been genuine in their thanks, but for him, it was a way for him to gloat. But this time he was quiet as he walked onto the stage with his team. To him, Blue Rain wasn't just any team. Even though he was now standing with Happy, he would never be able to mock them. Winning was enough. On this brutal playoff stage in front of this team for which he still had many feelings, he restrained himself. Congratulations. Blue Rain's captain Yu Wenzhou shook hands with Ye Xiu. Thank you. Ye Xiu smiled and dipped his head but didn't say more. Huang Xiaoshan came up to him next and shook his hand. You'd better win the championships, he said sternly. What did you think I was planning to do? Said Ye Xiu, amused. Good. If you'd beaten us and then lost to someone else, I'd never forgive you, said Huang Xiaoshan. Congratulate the opponents, thank the audience. Blue Rain may have lost the match, but they didn't lose their demeanor. However, there was a hint of disappointment in everyone's expressions. They would have to taste this bitter fruit for the rest of the summer. But that didn't mean this was the end. There was the new season to come. They would have a new beginning. Day after day, year after year, everyone chased after this goal. There was only one championship. This was cruelty. But there was a championship every year. This was never-ending hope. Chapter 1479. The Emperor's New Clothes. Chapter 1479. The Emperor's New Clothes. Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami. Blue Rain's Big Defeat. This was the front-page headline of the latest edition of Esports Weekly. Happy won the battle, but the reports all focused on Blue Rain, as their loss on their home stage was a more interesting topic. In any battle there was always a victor and a loser. Who won and who lost was never something too surprising. When Blue Rain played their away game against Happy, they still won in the team round and only lost by 1 point overall. Yet in their home game, they lost so drastically that the points didn't even need to be counted. Group Arena lost. Team competition lost again. The team loss was particularly surprising. It was on a map with which Blue Rain was very familiar, yet they still hadn't been able to take the initiative. It was true that people now had a pretty good understanding of Happy's playstyle, but battles were never certain. As the saying went, 8 immortals crossing the sea, each with their own unique powers. Everyone was striving to do their absolute best in their own ways. But the feeling that people got from this battle was that as soon as Happy pulled out their powers, Blue Rain was abruptly forced down, gradually falling over in the midst of their struggle. The atmosphere in the stadium during the match wasn't too bad, but afterward the criticism was overwhelming. After the final results came out, everyone suddenly became a glory expert. Any tiny flaw in Blue Rain's playing became a subject of loud criticism, proof of Blue Rain's failure to perform. As the losing side, Blue Rain of course knew the problems they had to fix. But too much of this deluge of criticism was simply people parroting each other. If you're determined to condemn someone, you don't need a good reason. It seemed that everyone who failed had to undergo an intense round of shaming, as though this were necessary to properly reflect their status as the losers. And this process of denouncement began right after the battle, during the press conference. It was less of an interview session and more of an attack session. The reporters wrote down in their notebooks not questions for Blue Rain, but speeches to express their vehement opinions regarding the reasons for Blue Rain's defeat. Strategy, tactics, judgment, performance, awareness. It was as if Team Blue Rain were stripped bare. They sat on the stage and were stabbed with the verbal knives hurled by the audience. Knife after knife. Everyone was hit. Huang Xiaoshan couldn't restrain himself for long. Several times he wanted to interject, but each time he was stopped by a look from Captain Yu Wenzhou. Yu Wenzhou understood him very well, both on and off stage. He knew exactly which comments from the reporters would set him off, and with his excellent prediction and judgment, cut him off every time. Other than keeping Huang Xiaoshan under control, Yu Wenzhou simply sat there and listened silently, still wearing a faint smile. These endlessly chattering people in front of them, they were all upset at Blue Rain's failure to live up to expectations, hating iron for not becoming steel. Yu Wenzhou recognized many of them. Indeed, many of them had greatly anticipated Blue Rain's performance, had penned beautiful words for them, had fought written wars for them. They liked Blue Rain, so they had held high hopes for Blue Rain. The greater the hope, the greater the despair. However, Yu Wenzhou simply listened until the crowd finally fell silent. What there was to criticize had all been criticized, and suddenly no one stood up to say any more. The reporters glanced at each other uneasily in this calm after the raging attack. They were suddenly keenly aware this was a press conference. They were supposed to ask questions and spend more time listening to what the players had to say, rather than use the time all the time to talk themselves. Suddenly, no one knew how to continue. But at this moment, Blue Rain's Captain Yu Wenzhou finally opened his mouth. "Thank you, everyone, for the concern and kindness you have shown Blue Rain." Everyone listened in silence. The fact that Blue Rain's captain could say this made them feel that their bitter words hadn't entirely been in vain. Even if they didn't manage to get new information out of the players during this press conference, as long as they were able to get Blue Rain to wake up, then wouldn't it be worth it? "Everyone, you are all anxious for Blue Rain and you only wish the best for Blue Rain. This, I understand very well," Yu Wenzhou continued. "However," he paused before continuing, "even if it is for our benefit, forgive us for being unable to accept this sort of nonsense." Ha 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 ha. At that, Huang Xiaoshan burst out laughing. A year's worth of effort had come to nothing. Yet in this time of intense unhappiness, Huang Xiaoshan was actually laughing. But he was only laughing for the sake of it. The sound masked his acute feelings of bitterness and resentment. He'd been wanting to say this for a while. "What do you guys understand? What gives you the right to spout this nonsense at us?" While Huang Xiaoshan was laughing, the reporters were stunned. They never would have thought, after giving such sincere thanks, Yu Wenzhou would directly and mercilessly call their words nonsense. Some of them stood up, prepared to retaliate, but Yu Wenzhou's voice stopped them. Beginning from the very first critic in this press conference, Yu Wenzhou began his replies, one after another, 15. In total, there had been 15 reporters who had stood up and expressed vehemently their personal, disparaging views on Blue Rain's performance. Yu Wenzhou didn't miss a single one and even followed the correct order in which they had spoken. One by one, he clearly, logically, systematically refuted their observations and opinions. And thus, one after another, 15. 15 reporters felt their ears go red. Yu Wenzhou's rebuttals were so sensible that the reporters were surprised when he suddenly finished. And then, they all had only one feeling, that they truly understood nothing, that they truly were only speaking nonsense. This was far more complex and high-end than they had imagined. And after listening to Yu Wenzhou's analysis, the problems that they had brought up felt unbelievably shallow. It was as though they were a crowd of noobs, charging towards someone and yelling, "Why didn't you use 10 formless phantom blades to make a 100 combo to kill the opponent?" And that person would laugh and pat their heads and kindly reply that formless phantom blade has a cooldown. You can only use it once. You can't chain together 10. Even after having their arguments torn apart, not a single one of the reporters reacted angrily to being shamed like this. Because Yu Wenzhou's counters were truly too accurate, they simply couldn't find a foothold to reply. When Yu Wenzhou finished speaking, the scene once again returned to silence. Then, Yu Wenzhou surveyed the crowd one last time. "Thank you, everyone. We will meet next season." And with that, Team Blue Rain departed. And about what happened in this post-match press conference, not a single reporter was willing to write. In the end, this match report was simply a collection of outside descriptions, without anything about the emotions and attitudes of the Blue Rain players. These reporters all shut their mouths, but that wouldn't stop other people from speaking. The reporters who had undergone this rebuttal, upon seeing the comments made by others, suddenly felt that those critics were as pathetic as they themselves had been earlier. Those critiques and analysis were just like the vehement statements they had made during the press conference. Not a single one hit the nail on the head. It was because their skill wasn't high enough. And now, these reporters knew how these critiques were viewed through professional eyes. It was nonsense. All this time, there was simply too much of this kind of nonsense. Because this was a new circle, those who truly had high-end skills were still participating in the league as players. Not many had joined the other aspects of this industry after their retirement. The media workers were mostly just ordinary fans, and some might have even been forced by their job to learn about glory. Their so-called specialist eyes simply weren't at the professional level, especially for the playoffs. Too much of the match content here, they just couldn't understand. To the pro players, their confident assertions were simply laughable. Yet they weren't self-aware. They ran about like the emperor wearing his new clothes, cheerfully streaking, until yesterday, Yu Wenzhou quietly nudged a few of them and told them, "You're not wearing any clothes, don't run around, be careful of catching a cold." They really were catching cold, and there were quite a number of them. To these people, the mountains of comments were simply confused and invalid, but they had no way of pointing it out because they only learned a few principles from Yu Wenzhou's words. That didn't mean that they had put on clothes, it just meant that they would no longer run around on the street naked. And Team Blue Rain, because of their captain's powerful performance during the press conference, were completely deaf to these comments. They knew much more clearly than these people where the true problems lay. Did they need to listen to the opinions of these outsiders? Break begins today. After the match, the first sentence that Team Blue Rain heard from their captain was this one. "As for the rest, we'll speak of it next season," said Yu Wenzhou. Yes, everyone nodded. Even if this had been a bit ugly, this wasn't the first time they had failed. As for where the problems lay, there were no idiots in Blue Rain. The words that captain had said yesterday at the press conference, They wouldn't treat that as a mere tongue lashing. He had simply used the most powerful moment to say those things. To review the recordings of their losing match while still carrying the depression of defeat only strengthened the effects. Seizing opportunities was always Blue Rain's specialty, whether on or off the battlefield. See you next season. Everyone bid each other to take care, and Blue Rain's players began their breaks, but not everyone left. You're not leaving. Yu Wenzhou looked at Huang Xiaoshan. I want to watch until the very end. As soon as there's a chance, I'm going to go up and roast the hell out of that guy. Huang Xiaoshan said firmly. Then what if there isn't a chance? Yu Wenzhou asked with a laugh. If there isn't, then I can only watch him continue to be proud until the end, said Huang Xiaoshan. Everyone wanted to be proud until the end. Blue Rain no longer had this chance. And that night, another team lost their chance as well. Thunderclap fought their away game against Tiny Herb and ultimately lost the match. Having lost both games, they too were eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. Xiao Shikin and his teammates had played an admirable regular season this year, but they still had yet to ever break past the first round of playoffs. Thunderclap's individual strength still wasn't high enough. This was what the outside world said. Their team strength didn't lose to any powerhouse, but Thunderclap's performance in the individual rounds indeed wasn't very reassuring. The playoffs only made this more obvious. Once upon a time, in order to gain more powerful helpers, Xiao Shikin had left Thunderclap. But this time, amidst these voices, do you hear that? They're all saying that our individual strength isn't enough. Train well this summer, all of you. Next season, we're going to give them a scare in the individual rounds. This was what Xiao Shikin said before break. This time, he wouldn't think that his teammates weren't enough. He would rise together with his teammates, and together they would strive for a victory that belonged to them. Break 37 consecutive wins. Dai Yankee jumped up and shouted. Xiao Shikin's legs shuddered. Watch yourself. He glared at Dai Yankee. Encouragement was good, but it couldn't be absurd. Was that even something that a human could accomplish? Chapter 1480 Information. Chapter 1480 Information Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami TLN. Please go back and reread the previous chapter. It's been updated with the actual translation. The quarterfinals of the playoffs had come to a close. All 4 games ended in 2 rounds. Samsara, Tyranny, Happy, and Tiny Herb advanced to the semifinals. Among them, Samsara, Tyranny, and Tiny Herb were all members of the top 4 in the regular season. Happy, at number 6, was the only one to have successfully turned the tables, knocking out the regular season's 3rd place, Blue Rain. This match, especially the second round at Blue Rain's home stadium, was the match that had the most discussion. The group arena was all right. It was clear that Blue Rain had made careful arrangements with their map choice. In the end, it was because their plan for Ye Xiu was completely destroyed that they fell behind. However, the team competition brought Blue Rain a lot of disgruntlement and jeers, to the point where this match was the hottest topic with the end of the first round. By now, Team Blue Rain's holiday had already started. Regarding the last round of the playoffs, their captain Yu Wenzhou had said everything there was to say in the press conference already. Next up was Tyranny versus Happy and Samsara versus Tiny Herb. The playoffs had entered an even more tense atmosphere. None of these 4 teams dared relax for even a moment. Club Tyranny. Blue Rain hadn't bothered reviewing the heavily criticized team competition at Blue Rain's home game against Happy. On the other hand, Tyranny began looking over that match ended. The team competition of that match had become the main focus of their pre-match preparations. As for who it was they were studying, it obviously wasn't Blue Rain, who had been knocked out of the competition already, but Happy. Happy, who they were facing in the next round. Happy, who had wiped the floor with Blue Rain on their home turf, drawing harsh criticism of Blue Rain from all over. Those criticisms to them were unreasonable. However, they didn't have the time to spare to explain for Blue Rain, and it wasn't Blue Rain they cared about anyways. Happy. The discussions and research these 3 days were all about Happy, because Happy had revealed all too much in this match, too much that had been kept hidden or vague in previous matches. The entire team was gathered in the conference room, the match VOD playing on the projector. They had lost count of how many times they had watched and analyzed the match, but none of the Tyranny members held any hint of impatience in their expressions, all focused as if they were in a match themselves. Zhang Xinji, their vice-captain, Tyranny's tactician, stood in front of the projector. He faced the projection as well, watching the recording silently with everyone else. The two teams spawned and headed out. The viewpoint in the VOD was completely focused on Team Happy. After 3 consecutive days of studying the match VOD, the file they were using was no longer the original. Speaking of which, as Happy's 5 characters advanced, a red circle appeared over Dancing Rain, flashing a few times. They didn't stop watching because of this. They had studied this part several times already. Suma Cheng. Many people thought her performance wasn't as spectacular after joining Happy. At first they thought that it was because she was in a new team and had to familiarize herself with her new teammates and characters. However, throughout the whole season, Suma Cheng hadn't made any particularly spectacular improvement. However, in these 3 days at Tyranny, Zhang Xinji had came to a very certain conclusion. Suma Cheng's performed spectacularly, but her brilliance was integrated into the details. The annotations done for Dancing Rain's positioning at the beginning was emphasis on her choice of position in their formation, as well as the adjustments she made. You wouldn't be able to see anything from just watching one character. You had to look at it from the whole. The moment the red annotations appeared, Steamed Bun Invasion and Boundless Sea had both deviated from their formation. This deviation wasn't a result of the two not being in sync, but it was because the two characters had been met with obstacles they couldn't leap over in their linear path, so they had to make their own adjustments. This was a natural, logical move that couldn't be more ordinary, however. Suma Cheng adjusted herself with them. Dancing Rain, with no obstacles in her path, adjusted her position as Steamed Bun Invasion and Boundless Sea swerved around trees. The scene was paused. Happy froze with the two characters swerving around trees and Dancing Rain in her now adjusted position. A seemingly inconsequential detail, but this maintains the completeness of Happy's formation. Zhang Xinji turned and said to everyone, "These movements are woven into this match from start to finish, and we'll come to it again. This is just to make sure you all realize that Suma Cheng can already do this subconsciously, even for something so inconsequential," Zhang Xinji explained. "In other words, I think that Suma Cheng is no longer just Ye Xiu's best partner, but all of Happy's best partner." After 3 days of analysis, this was the first time Zhang Xinji had given such a straightforward explanation. "She's become more comprehensive, even more of a team player," Lin Jingyan said. As veterans, none of them were unfamiliar with Suma Cheng, and with this new information, they would immediately compare it to their original understanding of Suma Cheng and notice the difference. For the Suma Cheng of the past, not only did she often forget everyone but Ye Xiu, but her support was imbalanced. She placed too much importance on Ye Xiu's decisions, leading to her inability to maximize her impact in the battle. This was because Ye Xiu wasn't always the best target for her to support, and giving support to her other teammates would have been better to open up the situation. Now, she no longer had any of these problems. Soon enough, the scene arrived at the first clash between the two sides. Blue Rain took advantage of their tailwind to launch an assault. At this point, Zhang Xinji had switched the shot to Suma Cheng's perspective. With this first-person perspective, Everyone felt as if they were in the tense atmosphere of the match themselves. Suma Cheng's camera view was constantly in motion, things appearing repeatedly in the shot, some far, some close. Then it suddenly froze. It was Zhang Xinji who paused it. In the scene, Blue Rain's Blade Master duo had already charged into their formation with such great coordination that even Ye Xiu couldn't stop them. As for Suma Cheng, all of this occurred under her eyes, and she had the chance to steady the situation for Happy, but she didn't. Suma Cheng's view, instead, kept a close eye on Yu Wenzhou's Suixar. What if it was the Suma Cheng of the past? What would she do? Zhang Xinji inquired. The veterans all fell silent. The old Suma Cheng would most likely coordinate with Ye Xiu to take on Blue Rain's Blade Master duo. But what about the Suma Cheng of today? Happy's disarray here was planned, and Suma Cheng's decisions influenced Happy's plans for this stage. If she had coordinated with Ye Xiu to defeat Blue Rain's Blade Master duo, then this situation here would be difficult to achieve, Zhang Xinji said. Tyranny's members knew the scenario that followed like the backs of their hands after 3 days of analysis. Happy had an order to their chaos, while Blue Rain, responsible for scattering them, sunk into their chaos like into quicksand. Of course, every member of Happy had contributed their efforts to this, but even after 3 days of studying, the role Suma Cheng played seemed to have a deeper layer to it. Blue Rain wasn't cautious enough of Suma Cheng. As Zhang Xinji talked, the projection cut to a collection of strung-together highlights. Scene after scene flashed by. This was a video of the time Suma Cheng used Dancing Rain's range advantage to disrupt Blue Rain's plan. As for Blue Rain, they weren't watching Suma Cheng very closely, so it made Suma Cheng's job much easier. This sentence was basically Zhang Xinji's criticism on Blue Rain's performance. This was a criticism that hadn't appeared in that cacophony of voices. However, Zhang Xinji, who had managed to catch on to this, didn't act proud or anything. This was a trail they had only found after 3 days of intense study. Suma Cheng's transformation was very fragmented. It would be very hard to notice without combing through the data thoroughly. Zhang Xinji could only be thankful that there was this match to provide them with this fragmented information. It seems like we had better keep a closer watch on her, Zhang Jiao said. Or obstruct her view. Zhang Xinji gazed at Zhang Jiao as he said this. The veterans didn't need to say much more. When Zhang Jiao brought this up, it was because he already understood that he was the one in tyranny who was most appropriate for cutting Suma Cheng off from her allies. Dazzling 100 Blossoms had ranged attacks, and the 100 Blossom style was doubtlessly the best at disrupting Suma Cheng, no matter if it was used on the field or on Suma Cheng directly. And so, a strategic choice was decided. Outsiders would probably never guess that the first-person tyranny brought up as a key opponent to keep watch on would be Suma Cheng, who didn't seem to shine so brightly amongst the rest of Happy. This wasn't the only choice tyranny had settled on in these 3 days. The recording continued, and soon came to a chaotic free-for-all between the two sides. Steamed Bun Invasion had been Blue Rain's attack target for a while, but after a few exchanges, Steamed Bun worked together with Boundless Sea to kidnap their healer. What was Happy's reasoning behind sending out Steamed Bun Invasion? This was one of the many questions Tyranny was analyzing these 3 days. The choice of player and character was the best reflection of a team's intentions. An unpredictable and unstable player like Steamed Bun wasn't the strict Zhang Xinji style. Compared to Yu Wenzhou, he was interested in why Happy chose a player that might mess up and cost them their victory at such a crucial map. Ye Xiu was there to compensate. That was something that Yu Wenzhou realized during the match, as well as something Tyranny quickly figured out. However, this only meant that Happy had the ability to neutralize the risk of using Steamed Bun Invasion, but nothing of why steamed bun invasion was important. It wasn't like they'd send him up to where at Ye Xiu's focus. As the recording arrived to where Blue Rain's healer soul speaker was kidnapped, the projection once again cut to a collection of highlights. A collection of highlights of steamed bun invasion attacking soul speaker. Conclusion: steamed bun was a counter to Su Jinxi's soul speaker. The brawler class had many ways to disrupt and interrupt their opponents, and paladins with their strong defense had many ways to protect themselves, so a class like the brawler was required to CC them. The shot paused at a scene where steamed bun invasion launched a tyrannical chain punch and knocked soul speaker down. "It looks overkill, doesn't it?" Zhang Xinji said, pointing at the shot. However, if he didn't do something so overkill, then a single guard of virtues or angels would be able to turn the tables. This steamed bun invasion feels really enthusiastic when it comes to things like this. Feelings. Zhang Xinji would never rely on feelings for something like this, yet even he had to resort to an ambiguous term like this. He just couldn't understand steamed bun.